dominating Hollywood starting with Scarlett. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter $126 billion. In addition to the above, Tang suddenly thought of another thing from the perspective of artist management. If we talk about a most profitable way to make money in the Tokyo entertainment industry in the future, then there is definitely a group name. AKB48. This girl group was only established in 2005. In the early days, it was unknown, with only a simple theater and 24 members. These girls can't dance or sing. In addition to extra theater performances every day, they have to work and study. It can be said that it is very hard. But no one could have expected that just 1 year later, in 2007. This group appeared on the Red and White Songs contest because of the explosion of the album. This song list evening party represents the highest level of Japan, and became a billion-dollar gold-swallowing beast. Now if I can intercept it in advance, then this huge money-making machine will belong to me. I will get a steady stream of huge funds. Although it is estimated that it will take until 2007 to achieve this goal, but since the opportunity is here, Tang will certainly not give up. Thinking of the huge wealth contained in it, his fingertips can't help but clench. But if he gave up his American company and came to Tokyo to select members for the girl group, it was obviously unrealistic. A better approach would of course be to find the godfather of idol groups who created AKB48, SKE48, NMB48, and Najizuka46, Akamoto Yasushi. According to him, the godfather of idol groups was only a screenwriter and director at the time, so it would not be too difficult to convince him. It's just that it might take some effort to find him. Thinking of this, Tang looked up at Hori Yoshiki and Otsuka Masaru again. Well, isn't this a ready-made tool? So he said, I know that your original plan was to let the actors participate in a few Hollywood blockbusters and then return to China for development. But I think it's better to change the direction and let the actors specialize in low-cost art films. As long as they can win at the film festival, they can use this to promote it after returning to China. I believe you must understand this set. Now the internet era has not yet arrived, and everyone still trusts paper media more. Therefore, once a movie starring an actor wins a certain film festival award, even if it is just an insignificant small award, they can buy the media in China to promote it as an authoritative and important award second only to the 4 major film festivals, and rely on this to attract popularity. This is common in various countries, and it is eating the dividends of transnational information gaps. Now that Chinese capital has not yet reached out to various international A-level awards, Japan and South Korea have already taken the lead. Anyway, there are many wild chicken awards for international A-level awards. As long as you spend money to buy a similar one, you can achieve the desired eye-catching effect. As for the subsequent actors being exposed, Tang certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to let the actors attend the event. As long as the actors took a photo with the awards, it would be fine. If fans found out, they could just blame the crew and director, saying that the actors themselves didn't know about it, and then cheat the fans' sympathy. But Tang wasn't worried about being discovered, because the information flow in various countries was too troublesome now. Even if a few people found out, they couldn't tell everyone quickly. This was a world of difference from the speed of the internet in later generations. After talking to Yoshiki Hori, the president's eyes lit up, and he felt that a straight road of money was waving to him. As for Quentin, whether he agreed or not was no longer important at this time. So at Tang's eye signal, Quentin agreed to their audition request, and then he and a few people enjoyed the entire dinner with peace of mind. After exchanging business cards and deciding to discuss cooperation in detail tomorrow, Tang and his partner walked out the door and got back on the extended Lincoln. In the gentle massage of the Suzuki twin sisters, Tang and Quentin returned to the hotel. Tang. Thanks to you this time. Quentin was relieved when he entered the hotel lobby. He patted Tang on the shoulder with lingering fear. If it weren't for Tang, his current right to use the scene would be lost. Although Otsuka Masaru didn't say anything, his imposing manner really made people feel uneasy, like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. He didn't smile again until Quentin agreed to the audition. Miramax is not as good as Universal Pictures after all. Even if the crew of The Last Samurai rejected Otsuka Masaru's proposal, nothing happened. But when it came to Quentin, He had to be taught the truth that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It's okay, Quentin, I'm also a member of the crew. Tang smiled and was in a good mood. Before leaving, he handed Horia Yoshiki a list. In addition to Akamoto Yasushi, there were also various screenwriters and directors, some big names, some niche, and even several AV directors. Under the name of asking him to help him find and introduce, in fact, there was only one person Tang wanted to meet. Seeing this opportunity to prove his connections, Yoshiki Hori did not refuse and agreed immediately. Presumably, we will know Akamoto Yasushi's movements in 2 days. As long as this matter is settled, then his trip to Tokyo will get the biggest surprise. No, Tang, I think you really understand me. Quentin suddenly pulled Tang's arm as if confessing, whether it is hobbies or personality, I think you are really a good friend, so Tang, come and help me with future movies. Art director? Photographer? Assistant director? All are okay. Tang looked at Quentin, who was blushing and obviously a little drunk, with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that he was also a person of temperament. No problem, Quentin, if I have time. But I have to say in advance that I am very irritable on the scene. No, irritable? Tang, don't worry, as long as you think there's a problem on the scene, just curse. No matter if it's a big name or a big shot, I am completely on your side. Quentin slapped Tang's arm hard and waved his hands continuously. Are you sure? Any questions? Tang raised his eyebrows. Of course. Any questions? Quentin said firmly. Okay, it's settled then. The next day, Quentin was stunned to see Tang getting furious on the spot. FXXK. Has your brain been chewed by a dog? I've said it 3 times. The props are here. If you can't do it well, go to the urinal first and pour out the water in your brain upside down. And you. Stop insulting my eyes with this shit yellow. Bright yellow. Bright yellow. Did your fucking art teacher teach you? Uma. Are you in the zoo? You look like a monkey who just learned to walk upright and is playing with a stick. What, you want to chop me with a knife? Then I suggest you ask the martial arts director to check if there is anything wrong with your movements first. Lucy Liu. Don't let the little movements of your body hurt you. Control. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that they can control their emotions and bodies. Don't blink your eyes all the time. If you blink 3 times in one scene, I will let the prop stick a piece of transparent tape on your eyelids. Like Tomcat. Chapter 127 Tokyo Beauty. On the 3rd night of Tang's stay in the crew, just when Quentin was about to ask him out for dinner, he suddenly received a call. Hello. The phone number was unfamiliar, but Tang's expression was a little playful. Hi, good evening, Mr. Tangda, this is Kyoko Fukada. A sweet and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by a slight horn sound, and it sounded like she was on the way in the car. Oh, it's Miss Fukada, what's the matter? Tangda winked at Quentin, who immediately made an expression that all men understand and tapped Tang's chest with his hand. Hi, it's like this, are you free now? I have something I want to ask you. The crew hasn't finished shooting yet, but I'll be free after it's over. Tangda lied with his eyes open, and the curious Quentin came over to listen to him with a subtle expression. It doesn't matter, you just continue filming, how about I come to see you later? Kyoko Fukada kept saying honorifics, which made people feel comfortable. Okay, I'll wait for you on the set. Hey. No problem, I'll be there later. Thank you. No problem. Tangda hung up the phone and shrugged his shoulders with regret. It seems that I can't have dinner with you today. Tang. I knew it, that girl's eyes were almost glued to you when she served you the dishes. Quentin joked. She just came to ask for advice, don't get me wrong. Tangda raised his hands in front of his chest and spread them out, making an innocent expression. Come on. Quentin stretched out 2 fingers on both hands at the same time and crossed them, which means good luck in America. Enjoy tonight, Tang. Asian women are very gentle. Quentin turned and left after saying that. Tangda raised an eyebrow to ponder the meaning of his words. Asian women are very gentle. It seems that this guy has not been honest since he came to Tokyo. In the evening, when Kyoko Fukada walked to the door of the Gonpachi Tavern, she knocked on the door carefully. Is anyone there? Squeak. After a few seconds, Tangda opened the door. Good evening, Mr. Tangda. When Kyoko Fukada saw him, she immediately smiled widely and bowed. She wore a beige sweater with a shirt on the upper body, and a pleated skirt with flesh-colored stockings and beige leather boots on the lower body. Her makeup was fresh, and her hair was hanging down to one side. She looked very gentle and lovely. "Good evening, come in." Tangda took Kyoko Fukada to the filming site. Kyoko Fukada excitedly put one hand beside her mouth and kept making wow sounds after seeing the scenery. "Wow, such a beautiful scene, it's worthy of being a movie, it's incredible. Hey, is this a prop? Are these eaves really just props? Oh my god, I thought it was a scene from the original tavern, it's amazing. What is this? Why? Is it the one that flies around in the movie? It's unexpectedly inconspicuous, it's amazing, but does Mr. Tangda deal with these every day?" "Huh? Really? Mr. Tangda is actually the deputy director in charge of the entire crew. I feel like I'm about to stop breathing. You are really amazing." It must be said that Kyoko Fukada's level of praising people is first class. She can always exclaim in amazement at those commonplace little things and praise Tangda. Perhaps this is also one of the characteristics of Japanese people. Such plots often appear in Japanese dramas. Although Tangda has seen it before, he has never experienced such fierce praise in person. After all, he was not an American in his previous life. After taking Kyoko Fukada to turn the scene around, Tangda and her returned to the original topic. "Do you have something to ask me?" Fukada Kyoko turned over and smiled. "Mr. Tangda, how about we go out for dinner together? I know a shop that sells good steak, and I see you like steak very much." "Okay." Tangda raised his lips. "You lead the way." 30 minutes later, the two people got off the taxi and entered a very remote small shop. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a large counter of a very Japanese ramen shop. Inside the counter, the boss was busy taking orders. There was a small window next to it through which you could see a large kitchen. In front of the counter, there were several people sitting at a small table eating Japanese food, with a TV and menus hanging on the wall behind them. "Boss, good evening." Kyoko Fukada greeted the boss familiarly, and then said, "Do you have a private room?" "Yes." The boss nodded and handed a key to Kyoko Fukada. "Third floor, please." "Hi." Kyoko Fukada turned to look at Tangda. "This way." Tangda followed her upstairs curiously, and found that this inconspicuous little shop was actually a different world. Its second and third floors were private rooms, and they seemed to be locked. Kyoko Fukada opened the door under the guidance of the waiter. After entering the private room, Tangda couldn't help but be a little surprised. "I thought it was just a simple little shop, but I didn't expect that the private room was elegantly decorated, clean and tidy, and it was also thoughtfully equipped with a toilet and some daily necessities. If it wasn't a restaurant, I would have thought it was a hotel." "Mr. Tangda, are you satisfied?" Kyoko Fukada looked at Tangda with expectant eyes. "It's a very interesting place. Hey, this was originally a hotel, but later the business was not good, so it was changed to what it is now. The privacy and taste are very good." After explaining, Kyoko Fukada picked up the menu and handed it to Tangda. "What do you like to eat?" Tangda didn't look at the menu and said directly, "I don't like tempura, sukiyaki, yakitori, and grilled fish. You can order anything else." "Hey." Kyoko Fukada thought for a while and ordered the dishes with a waiter in a low voice. After that, Tangda and Kyoko Fukada chatted for a while, and the waiter came in with a lunchbox, put the dishes on the table one by one, then bent over and walked out of the room, and closed the door for the two of them. Kyoko Fukada got up and locked the door, then walked to Tangda and squeezed in to sit on one side. "Tangda. Teacher, can I call you that?" This title evoked Tangda's past filming memories, and he couldn't help laughing. "Yes. That's good, teacher." Kyoko Fukada playfully prolonged the tone of these two words, and with her youthful skirt, Tangda really had the illusion that he was a teacher. The two began to eat, and while chatting, Kyoko Fukada frequently toasted Tangda, but Tangda's alcohol tolerance was of course better than hers, so halfway through the drink, her face had already turned ruddy, but Tangda didn't react. However, the titles between the two gradually became teacher and classmate, and their relationship became much closer. Seeing that Kyoko Fukada's body became soft and weak, and she needed to lean on Tangda's shoulder to sit steadily, Tangda brought up the topic again. "So, classmate Fukada, do you have any questions?" Kyoko Fukada blinked her big eyes and looked at Tangda. "Teacher, do you think I am suitable for going abroad and acting in Hollywood?" "Well." Tangda sat upright and looked at her carefully. "Hollywood's requirements are quite high. I need to test your acting skills from all aspects. Hey. Kyoko Fukada took a step back, took off her sweater jacket, revealing the short sleeves inside and the hot body tightly wrapped, and then rested her head on the tatami. Then please test me well, teacher. Tangda's mouth curled up slightly. Then please show your talent first, classmate Fukada. Talent. Kyoko Fukada thought for a moment, picked up a piece of salmon meat with her hand, placed it on her collarbone, and said in a seductive tone, Teacher, my talent is that I can play a dinner plate. What do you think? Dinner plate? Sure, but it seems I have to act with you too. Hey, teacher, you just play the diner. These are chopsticks. Tangda nodded and took the chopsticks. Then please start, Fukada-san. Hey. Wow. If someone could listen through the crack in the door at this time, they would hear a rustling sound and the charming sound of being chilled by the cold fish meat. Then there were the sounds of chopsticks, chewing, and sighs for the food. There was also the faint sound of two people talking. Mr. Fukada, the next one is an imitation test. All acting starts with imitation. You have to learn to liberate your nature. What are you best at? Teacher, I'm best at puppy. Woof, woof. Then please imitate the look of a puppy. Hey, teacher, for this downward dog pose, do you think my posture is standard? I learned it in acting class. Woof, woof. Very good, it is indeed very standard. Well, teacher, you also brought a teaching stick with you. Yes, it is more convenient to use a teaching stick to adjust your acting skills. Okay, teacher, please adjust my acting skills. 30 minutes later, the vibration of the floor suddenly stopped, and then Tangda's voice rang out, Mr. Fukada performed very well. He knew that exposing the belly is the posture of a puppy begging for mercy. Hey. Teacher, so please forgive me. This line is good, but this is just the beginning, Mr. Fukada, you have to hold on. When you get to Hollywood, the acting teacher's teaching will only be stricter than mine. Okay, teacher, I understand. Please continue, woof. Chapter 128 Trash Gloss. The 100-man killing scene in Kill Bill was finished 3 days later. When Quentin officially announced the end of the scene and Tangda was about to leave, everyone, whether actors or crew members, breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, Tangda, as one of the assistant directors, has perfectly demonstrated what a tyrant on the set is. The powerful deterrent and attitude that does not allow rejection make everyone feel like a terrifying devil. It can even be said that compared to Quentin, they are more afraid of Tangda, especially under his sharp eyes, all problems are exposed. So as long as he appears on the set, no one dares to be lazy. Except for Quentin, he feels that he has free time. He only needs to communicate with the actors and the scene group separately. He does not need to control it, and the play will present the effect he wants. It must be said that having an assistant director like Tangda saves a lot of energy. Therefore, when Tangda was about to leave Tokyo, Quentin reluctantly drove him to the airport in person. Tang, we will see you when we return to China. You must come to the party then. Quentin hugged Tangda's shoulders and patted his arm hard. Don't worry, Quentin, just call me when the time comes. Oh, by the way, Tang, if I make a movie in the future, you must come to help me. Quentin still remembered the promise he made after getting drunk that night. Tangda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, no problem. But in the second half of the year, I also plan to prepare a movie myself as my directorial debut. Really? Wow. Tang. You can do it. I believe in you. Your directing skills are much better than many directors. Quentin has seen Tangda's strengths in the past few days. He is not a tyrant, but he can raise the bottom line of movies. No matter how bad the shots and pictures are, Tangda always has ways to improve them. There is nothing that can stump him. So much so that Quentin and other crew members privately call him a know-it-all, and he can do it all. So after learning about Tangda's plan, he felt excited and regretful, but if you become a director in the future, we may not be able to work together. This is a pity. Who knows, Quentin? Tangda smiled and took up his luggage. Let's go. Bye. Quentin waved and said goodbye to Tangda. When the plane took off from the airport and the light blue sky appeared outside the window, Tangda closed his eyes and kept tapping the armrest with his fingers. This trip to Tokyo has gained a lot. The first is the cooperation with Yoshiki Hori and Masaru Otsuka. The two parties will jointly establish a company, and Tangda will hold 30% of the shares. Yoshiki Hori is the Tokyo headquarters, and Tangda is the American branch. Then after those artists enter this company, they will be selected by Tang before they can be determined to go to Hollywood. After all, Tang doesn't want a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp to waste time. When the artists arrive in Hollywood, Tang will give everyone the opportunity to appear on camera and Hollywood-style training. It just so happens that they can be with the customer service girls of Angel Declaration. The cost will be paid by Yoshiki Hori. After the 1-year gold-plating period is over, Tang will buy a few awards for the artists. Of course, it would be better if they could win the awards by themselves. He expected the worst-case scenario, that the artists would not be able to adapt to the local environment, could not integrate into Hollywood, and could not show any highlights. In this case, Tang could only spend money to buy awards. After the artists return to China after further studies, Tang will first receive a sum of money, and then 20% of the artist's income in the next 10 years. But Tang doesn't care about these future incomes at all. He agreed to this cooperation not because of how much money he could make from it. No matter how much money he makes, it will never be as much as AKB48. Everything he does is to pave the way for future idol brokerage companies. In the bustling center of Tokyo, it is difficult for an investor to take root without the help of local people. Therefore, the relationship with the top management of Sumiya Yoshika is very important. Regardless of whether there will be competitors to make trouble in the future or someone in his own company wants to be a traitor, the means of the underworld are always more direct and effective than commercial means. Moreover, he himself was not in Tokyo, and everything was not his instigation. Even if something bad happened, it was not his doing. Isn't that right? Thinking of this, Tang stopped his finger and thought of what Hori Yoshiki said 2 days ago. After searching the list he gave, Hori Yoshiki found that 2 of them were filming in Kanto, 3 were abroad, and the rest were in Tokyo. Akamoto Yasushi was one of the 3 people abroad. Hori Yoshiki found his mobile phone number, but couldn't get through, so he could only find his friend. Tang communicated with his friend on the phone. He said that Akamoto Yasushi seemed to be going to the United States to investigate many matters related to the agent. He would not be back for a while, and he didn't know where he went. After that, under Tang's detailed questioning, the friend recalled some things and told about Akamoto Yasushi's past. Kitty Club is the first large-scale girl group with important significance in the history of Neon. The most famous person who came out of the group should be Shizuka Kudo, and its founder is Akamoto Yasushi. Since Akamoto Yasushi founded the Kitten Club in 1985 and achieved great success, he has been obsessed with exploring this new form of girl group combination, but he has failed repeatedly. So after learning from his mistakes, he decided to go to the United States to learn advanced artist management operations, and then return to China to create a new idol girl group. However, he lost contact with his friends after going abroad, and now he doesn't know what he is doing. Tang was a little disappointed when he heard the news, but he was not in a hurry. After all, there were still 2 years before 2005, and he would always return to China. So after a brief explanation to this friend, Tang temporarily put this matter aside. He is now going to join the crew of the female monster and start working. The shooting cycle of this film is not long, and it will be the Grammy Awards after it is finished. It's been a long time since I saw Avril, and I don't know if this rebellious punk girl still dyes her hair the same color and speaks the same dirty words. Tang raised the corner of his mouth, as if he remembered the first time he saw her. A week later, Tang was on the set of the female monster crew, frowning at director Patty's direction. Because after seeing Rob's steadiness and Quentin's genius, Tang always felt like he wanted to say something dirty when he saw this immature and stumbling novice director. Of course, he knew that this matter was not his responsibility, but Tang still felt very unhappy when he saw that the movie had presented a kind of garbage luster under Patty's direction in the past few days. No wonder this movie did not win any production awards at major film festivals, and all the awards it won were for Best Actress. It turned out that the problem was all with the director. Tang wanted to continue to endure it, until he saw Patty changed a brilliant lens design of the photographer and replaced it with a close-up of Charlize Theron's face, and finally couldn't help it. Patty. Why? Why did you change it like this? Patty Jenkins was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this shout, and looked at Tang. Perhaps Tang's eyes were too firm, so she asked with a lack of confidence, is this not good? Of course it's not good. Patty. Don't you realize it yourself? Tang was very surprised. But Patty retorted, I just made some choices to highlight Charlize's expression. Obviously, She doesn't think there's anything wrong with her directing. But this is worse than simply poor level, because it represents stupid stubbornness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Straightforward. If you want to show the character's struggle, don't keep the camera on her face. Apart from facial expressions, her body language is closer to her true heart. And the lighting, why is it dirty? It will only dazzle the audience's eyes. Facing Donda's questioning, Patty Jenkins still retorted with the same words, I didn't. Don. I just want to show the most real Charlize, the most real murder case, so I gave up those. Forget it, Patty. Donda saw it much more clearly than she did, because all her mind was on Charlize's acting skills, trying to cover up the shortcomings of the production with performance, so the entire crew now revolves around Charlize herself. You can just say you can't think of amazing shots and lighting that fits the mood of the plot. But my play is not about showing off. Showing off? Is audiovisual language so superficial in your opinion? Or did your master's tutor teach you not to respect lighting and photography? Patty Jenkins graduated from the American Academy of Motion Picture Arts at Cooper Union, and is considered an academic with a lot of theoretical knowledge, but unfortunately, what she knows is still too little compared to real movies. Tang mercilessly pointed out her more fatal problem. In addition, Charlize's makeup is also problematic. Even if she is just a prostitute that can be seen everywhere, doesn't she need to dress up to attract business? There is no cover at all, like a shrew. Are the drivers some hungry beasts? They can eat such a woman. Although the prototype character is not a beauty, to be honest, she looks much more pleasing to the eye than Charlize, and has a simple appearance. In order to highlight Charlize's changes, this movie made her uglier than anyone else, and even just looking at her made her feel physically uncomfortable. Such a role is more of a trick to win the award than a restoration. But Tangda didn't need Charlize Theron to change her makeup. After all, Hollywood likes this. What he couldn't stand was Patty's directorial quality and her completely off-kilter style. Rough. Everything is rough, Patty. Are you shooting your college graduation project? I joined the crew because I saw the potential of the film, not to be a green leaf next to the flowers. Patty Jenkins was speechless and fell silent. She didn't expect Tangda to be so ruthless when he got angry. Although he didn't yell in front of everyone, just two people stood outside the crew, the harsh tone still hit her hard. This hurt her a lot. After a moment of silence, she went into the prop car alone to rest for a long time. When she came out again, it was already an hour later. Patty. Charlize Theron, who had put on makeup, walked over and hugged Patty. She had a good relationship with the director. After finishing her makeup, she heard from the crew that Tangda seemed to have embarrassed the director, so she immediately found Tangda after comforting Patty. Tang. You should apologize to Patty. Charlize Theron put her hands on her waist, and with her face full of bits, she really looked like the female killer in real life. Why? Tangda was directing the crew to clean up the scene. After hearing Charlize's words, he turned his head and looked at her. Why? You broke her heart. You shouldn't say that to her. Charlize thought Tangda was very strange. He was completely different from the polite young man she had met before. Tangda laughed. Then what should I say? Theron, I want to say that Patty did a great job, but there's only one bad thing. Should we modify this part? Charlize Theron was silent for a while, looked at Tangda and said, then you shouldn't question Patty in that tone. You don't understand the hard work she has put into this movie. Bullshit. Tangda interrupted her mercilessly. Theron, you should ask yourself this question. Charlize Theron frowned. What do you mean, Tang? Do you want Patty to make a good movie, or do you want her to make a movie that belongs to you alone? Tangda showed no mercy and directly broke the window paper. If you want Patty to make a good movie, you should ask her to pay more attention to the camera, the scene, and the art. Instead of the two of you closing the door every day and discussing acting. Discussing how to be outstanding. Theron, you are the most outstanding part of the whole movie now. As for Patty, it's more than enough to replace a dog to sit in her position. This is the main reason why he dislikes Patty. After all, if a person has technical defects, they can be made up. But if the direction of thought is wrong, then there is no cure. Patty's mind is now all on Charlize Theron. She knows that her movie can't reach the threshold of the same period in terms of production specifications and production level. There's only a good script to support everything. So instead of wasting time on this, it is better to concentrate on showing Charlize Theron's acting skills, use all means to highlight her, and finally rely on her to add luster to the movie. But in Tang's opinion, this is completely opportunistic. There is no sense of disobedience in changing the name of the whole movie to Charlize Theron and her useless crew, which runs counter to his requirements for the work. And even if the production specifications are not high, the performance of the film can be improved by planning the shots. But what about now? When in doubt, they just shoot Charlize Theron's face, either close-up or close-up, as if they are afraid that the audience will not see Charlize Theron's ugly face with pits and potholes. This is naked laziness. Therefore, in Tang's eyes, director Patty Jenkins has been sentenced to death. No wonder she has no other works to show off except Wonder Woman. In fact, that movie is also average. It can only be said that it caught up with an era that is still tolerant of superhero themes. Coupled with the Gal Gadot's beauty and Zack Snyder's help, it earned more than $800 million box office. Excluding these, if we only talk about the plot and pictures, it is at most a mediocre popcorn movie. After listening to Tang's words, Charlize Theron's originally angry expression seemed to be deflated. You're right, Don. I shouldn't put myself above the whole movie. She actually realized it, but she didn't try to change it, because this was her underlying idea. If she wasn't aiming for an Oscar, would she have taken on such a small-budget movie? But now it seems that she has been highlighted a little too much, so that the whole movie has become her performance stage. Just Theron. Actors and movies have always complemented each other. Great actors are born from great movies. Of course, if you just want to shine and don't care about other people's comments, it doesn't matter. Tang sneered, it's nothing more than someone asking when discussing Charlize Theron's Best Actress crown, what did she play in the award-winning movie? Monster? What is that? Charlize Theron is the only highlight in the whole movie? What about the others? Are they all props? This didn't sound pleasant, but it pierced her heart word by word, making her feel a little ashamed. This also cooled the originally tense atmosphere between the two, so Charlize Theron stopped questioning Tang and turned to find Patty. When the two re-entered the crew, Patty and Charlize's expressions returned to normal, and it seemed that they had figured it out. However, when Patty looked around and tried to find Tang, she found that her crew had changed. There was not much sound at the scene at this time. The originally messy lights were all orderly shining on the woods, forming mottled light and shadow. The shadow gathered near the picnic mat and slowly approached forward, looking like a figure with evil intentions, and like a devil waiting for an opportunity to reap lives. The actor who was about to play the corpse was sitting on the picnic mat, with a relaxed expression, unaware of the changes in the surrounding environment. Just one picture, the tension arose spontaneously. Patty could imagine how thrilling and fascinating the effect in the movie would be just by looking at it. Charlize Theron also imagined the scene of her appearance from this light, and inspiration burst out for a while, and she had a new idea for the next performance. Seeing that the two stood still and Tang, who had handled the scene, turned his head and looked at them, so, can we start shooting? Chapter 130 Tang takes the lead. Cut. 61st scene, end board. After director Patty shouted stop, the stagehand immediately stepped forward with a board to the camera and ended the scene neatly. It was already the second day, and they were about to finish all the forest scenes. When Charlize Theron walked to the monitor, she found Patty and Tang watching the playback. How was it? She felt that she had a very enjoyable performance in this scene. Facts proved that Tang was right. The strange environment formed by the complex light and shadow allowed her to better empathize with the protagonist's mood, as if she was walking on the edge of a cliff. With the background of the environment, the explosiveness of her acting skills was more prominent than before. Great. Charlize. Seeing that the film was shot smoothly, Patty's mood also improved a lot, not as depressed as before after being scolded by Tang. Charlize Theron turned her gaze to Don again. The nominal art director was looking at the monitor with a frown. After Patty turned her gaze, she said, I think your performance is a bit restrained. Although restrained performance is very advanced, it's not the time yet, Theron. Why? I just killed someone, and I have strong fluctuations in my heart. I need time to calm down. Isn't that right? Charlize Theron was a little confused. But you are not skilled yet. Tang explained, This is your second time killing someone. Do you think you have really adapted to this process? You have to understand that killing and money, these two weights are now on the scale in your heart. Compared to the excitement brought by money, you are actually more worried about the consequences of killing. Only after killing 1, 2, 3 and more, you find that you will not be punished. Only then will you completely let go and become numb. So what you need now is a big breath and a feeling of pretending to be fierce. Tang tapped his knees and continued, that's right, pretending to be fierce. When you really kill people like crazy, there will be no psychological fluctuations. Only now, you have to rely on a ferocious look to cover up your inner panic. Of course, you have no pity for these prey, you think they deserve it. But at the same time, your heart is also worried that you will be the next person to be killed. So from worry to numbness, there is a process, Theron. Yes. Charlize Theron nodded, thoughtfully. A good actor is like this, as long as the right emotions are pointed out, she will immediately adjust her state. Then let's shoot it again, Patty. Patty nodded her chin. Go ahead, Charlize Theron, let's try it again according to what Don said. Okay. When everything was ready and the shooting officially started, Tang focused his eyes on the monitor. In the dark woods, in a silver-white car, there were 2 men and women sitting, Charlize Theron and a middle-aged driver. Call me daddy while I fuck you. The middle-aged driver spoke first, taking out his wallet as he spoke. Charlize Theron turned to look at him. Aha, I will. Do you like fucking your own children? What? The middle-aged driver turned around, frowned, and looked like what the hell are you talking about? I'm kidding. Charlize Theron grinned, revealing 2 rows of neatly brushed white teeth. Her laughter echoed in the car, gradually making the middle-aged driver smile again. Dad! Charlize Theron shouted. Look, I shouted it out. I do this all the time. $20, right? The middle-aged driver smiled even more, and counted the money faster. That's right. The next second the middle-aged driver handed over $20, then he took off his pants, closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair. Come on, use your mouth. Charlize Theron's expression immediately tensed, and her eyes kept turning, from left to right, from right to left, scanning everything around her, and faster and faster. This meant that she was thinking, and her throat kept swallowing. It's very quiet around. She suddenly spoke, but this time there was no smile on her face at all. Please hurry up. The middle-aged driver still had his eyes closed, with an excited expression. Hearing this, Charlize Theron closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth sometimes raised and lowered, and finally turned her head as if she had made up her mind. The next moment, bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged driver pushed the car door open weakly and lay limply on the grass. His blue and white underwear was still exposed, but he no longer had any strength to cover it. After killing someone, Charlize Theron began to gasp for breath. The moonlight and the shadow of the car window obscured her eyes at this time. Only the whites of her eyes and the violent ups and downs of her chest could be seen on the screen. You deserve a beating, bastard. But Charlize Theron had not completely finished her murder. When she saw that the middle-aged driver was still breathing, she turned her head back and forth and looked around a little irritably. After confirming that there was no one, she picked up the gun again and aimed it at the middle-aged driver, pouring bullets out. Bang! Click! Very good. Tang stood up and felt that the scene was ready. When he walked to the front of the vehicle, he found that Charlize Theron had not yet come out of that emotion. It has to be said that after Charlize Theron played this role, people in the crew were not very willing to contact her, because it was scary to talk to her face to face. That makeup can really leave a deep psychological shadow on any child. How is it? Are you okay? But Tang didn't have that feeling, or even if there was a real female murderer in front of him, he wouldn't be afraid. Tom's training during this period was not in vain. Tang has learned many ways to subdue the enemy with one shot, and his shooting skills have become more proficient. He can't say that he can hit the target every time, but at least he won't miss the target. The feeling of shooting is really addictive, just like masturbation. It's okay, huh? Charlize Theron forced a smile. For an actor, it is very difficult to completely enter the mentality of the role, and it is even more difficult to get out of that emotion after the play is over. It's like you are chasing a favorite drama, and the strong regret and feeling of wanting more after the end are enough to make you unable to get out of it for days, weeks, or even months. This is also the reason why many actors fall in love with a drama. Sometimes she may not be acting, but really love it. What's the next scene? But Charlize Theron is very professional. She cares more about the effect of the movie rather than her own emotions. The next scene is simple, a bed scene. The scenes of Monster are roughly divided into 3 locations: the woods, indoors, and outdoors on the highway. After shooting in the woods, they are about to move to the indoors to shoot the emotional scenes between the female killer played by Charlize Theron and her lover Hilby. Among them is the scene that Tang is best at, the bed scene. Well, after coming to America, he really hasn't filmed such scenes, and now he can't help but miss it when he thinks back. However, when the crew moved to the indoors, Tang couldn't help but get angry after seeing Patty's training for the bed scene. Patty. The bed scene is not a tool. It's not enough to have this scene in the movie. What do you want to express through the bed scene? Express the progress of the relationship between the two people? Then you have to let the two people show the eagerness and excitement of being in love. Messy sheets, quilts, sweat and skin collision. But look at what you shot now, it's dry and boring, just taking off a piece of clothes. Then what? Too bad, really, this scene must be changed. Donda once again disrupted Patty's plan, but she was not as sad as the first time. Instead, she looked a little relaxed and directly handed the sex scene to Donda. So Donda suddenly became the temporary director of the film. After instructing the lighting team to change the lights in the room to warm yellow ambiguous light, Donda waved his hand to drive everyone else out, leaving only himself, Patty and 2 actors. Standing in front of the camera, Donda said, "Theron, Richie. I need you to be more bold, okay?" Charlize nodded without hesitation, and Christina Ricci, who played Hilby, agreed to the lead actress's agreement. "Okay, you must act fierce, like obsessed lovers. Theron, especially you killed someone and are at a stage where you need to vent. Passive first, then active. Richie, you are active first and then passive. Understood?" Charlize Theron tightened her white bath towel. After the 2 actors were ready, Tang directly picked up the camera and filmed without using a fixed lens. Charlize Theron and Christina Ricci looked at each other, then slowly sat on the bed and fell down under the camera's shooting. They kissed first, and then Ricci took off Charlize's bath towel. With the creaking sound of the big bed, the 2 people's scenes gradually intensified. The dense sweat and slight caressing made this scene present a high level of passion, which made Patty stare at it. Charlize Theron and Christina Ricci stopped their scenes until Tang shouted cut. "Thank you for your hard work, do it again. Ricci, you need to restrain your movements." Tang subconsciously said a past habit, and then readjusted the camera. "Okay." After another shot was completed, Tang picked up the camera and returned to the monitor. "Tang, you shot it very well. Although Patty's directing skills are not high, she has watched many movies and has a good appreciation level. It's okay, but there is too little preparation." Tang was not very satisfied, but the proportion of sex scenes in this movie was not large, so it was enough to shoot to this point. After finishing the shooting of the sex scenes, the crew of Monster entered the normal shooting rhythm. It's just that this time the person in charge changed from Patty to Tang, and he, the art director, became a producer-like role. Chapter 131 Grammy Awards. The film Monster, which was a little offbeat and not very big, was finished in 2 weeks. Tang was also relieved from his duties in the crew and had plenty of rest time. At the same time, the Grammy Awards came. The awards ceremony was scheduled to be held on February 23 at Madison Square Garden in New York, USA. As the director of several popular singles MVs, Tang naturally received an invitation letter, but he was not very interested in the Grammy Awards because there was only one award related to him: Best Short MTV of the Year. For him, winning this award was far less important than MTV's Best Director of the Year, and he was not short of such awards now. In comparison, he was more concerned about whether Avril could win at the Grammy Awards. On the 23rd, Tom drove Tang to the Grammy Awards ceremony. As soon as he entered the backstage, before he could see the environment clearly, he was suddenly covered by a pair of hands. At the same time, a familiar girl's voice came from behind. "Guess who I am?" Tang raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his finger and guessed, "I guess you're Shirley." Who is Shirley?" The hands were put down, Tang turned his head, and what came into view was Avril's classic smoky makeup and narrowed eyes. "Shirley? I don't know who Shirley is, ha ha ha." Tang laughed. Avril knew that she was deceived by Tang, and put her hands in front of her chest. "If I knew that there were other bitches around you, I would definitely hide her face with a guitar." Tangda shrugged, thinking that it was a bit too much, and said at the same time, I was just teasing you, your performance is really funny. That's good. Avril came over and whispered, do you miss me? Of course, I have never felt that time has passed so slowly. Are you going back to New York this time? Avril hesitated for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Tangda took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter and handed one to Avril. This year's tour is also very tight. I can only stay in New York for a few days, and I will start writing a new album after the tour ends. It's okay, there's still a lot of time anyway. Tangda comforted the unhappy girl, and then the two came to the seats and sat down. Avril was also very interested in his recent experiences. Tangda specifically told her the story of Tokyo. When she heard about the gangsters, her eyes lit up and she asked Tangda if they were covered with tattoos like in the movie. After getting a positive answer, she nodded, that's cool, I want to go to Tokyo if I have a chance. While the two were chatting happily, other passing musicians also came to say hello. But this time was different from MTV. Everyone basically knew Tangda, and the attention he paid to him was obviously higher than Avril. After all, one is a competitor and the other is a MV director. Everyone hopes to get familiar with each other, and who knows when they can work together. So with the greetings from the musicians, the Grammy Awards ceremony officially began. However, this time the Grammy was destined to disappoint Avril. Although she was nominated for the Best Single of the Year, the award was given to 23-year-old Norah Jones. In addition to the Best Single of the Year, her album Fly Away also won 8 awards including the Best Record of the Year, the Best Album of the Year, and the Best New Artist of the Year, including 5 individual awards and 3 album awards, becoming the biggest winner of this year's Grammy. I can't believe this is true. I just want to say that in this era when the world has become very strange, I am so honored to be so lucky to be appreciated by everyone. I am so grateful to you. Then Norah Jones, wearing a black evening dress, came on stage and sang Fly Away to receive warm applause from the audience. Tangda took the opportunity to look at Avril's little face during the performance and found that although she was a little disappointed, her face was still full of smiles. It seems that she was not defeated by the loss of the award. After the Best Rock Female Singer award was announced, the winner Sheryl Crow came on stage and expressed a strong anti-war voice during the performance, which once again aroused a warm response from the audience. But Tangda smiled playfully, because he knew that just 1 month later, the United States launched the famous Iraq War. It's really ironic that a peaceful country that claims to be anti-war frequently brings war to other countries. It's a pity that Tangda is not an arms dealer, otherwise he would have made a lot of money. However, this visit to the Grammys was not without gain. After the award ceremony for the Best Short MTV of the Year, the whole audience focused on Tangda. That's right, Tangda won the award again for the MV he shot for Avril. Standing on the stage, he took the Grammy trophy, thought for a moment, leaned in front of the microphone and said with a smile, I hope some people won't be too sad tonight. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone who watched the MTV Awards ceremony laughed. They didn't expect that Tangda would say the same thing as before at the Grammys, completing an echo. And Avril looked at Tangda on the stage, her eyes sparkling under the light. After the Grammy Awards ceremony, Avril, wearing sunglasses, got into Tangda's car and was taken home by him. Tang, why is your house so small? Avril felt a little strange as soon as she entered the door. Because Tangda's home was not in line with his status at all. Logically, a big MV director like Tangda and the boss of many companies should live in a villa. But Tangda bought a high-rise apartment. Although it was exquisitely decorated and on a high floor, it was not as large as a villa or a single-family house. Even the place where Carmela and her 2 younger brothers lived was bigger than this one. But Tangda himself seemed to be enjoying it. He took out a bottle of Krug champagne from the refrigerator and explained, I don't usually live here. The reason I bought this place is because I like the scenery outside. Don't you think it's dreamy? Avril stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bright lights outside, and agreed, it's really great. Yet, as for the area. Tangda handed Avril a glass of champagne filled with dense bubbles. I actually don't like houses that are too spacious. You're so weird. Avril took a sip of champagne. I've met many people who want their houses to be as big as possible, like a manor. I pay more attention to safety and privacy. Tangda smiled and clinked glasses with her. Are you sad? You didn't win any awards. Not bad. Avril shook her head. It's just a pity. I thought I could at least win the Best Newcomer award. Indeed, but you don't have to care about those judges. Have you seen the MV I shot? I saw it. So cool. Avril immediately became excited when she talked about this. Kill, kill, kill. It's so cool, but his singing is really bad. Ha ha ha, I think so too. It's a pity that guy went to hell. Why not to heaven? Avril wondered. Because God is not a black man. Avril was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Come on, cheers. Cheers. After 3 rounds of drinks, Avril, with a blushing face, completely let go of her emotions and began to complain about the group of people she hated the most. Those bitches, every time they shoot a MV, they will show their white thighs and breasts, and they are shaking, as if this will make the song more popular. And those bitches in school, it's the same. Every time they dance, they will deliberately push their breasts up high. They also ridiculed me for being as flat as an egg in a frying pan, but I obviously drink milk and eat papaya every day. So are you envious? Tangda said happily. Yeah, you're right, I'm a little envious. Avril put her hand on her chest and gestured, but don't you think this is also a kind of beauty? Does it have to be heavy to be beautiful? Of course it's beautiful, I swear to defend your airport to the death. Question mark? Airport. Avril came over and strangled Tangda's neck with her hand. Are you saying I'm flat? Then I'll let you feel what an airport is. After feeling the youthful elasticity for a while, Tangda apologized decisively. Sorry, it seems that my wording is not accurate. This is not an airport, it's a small hill. Avril pulled Tangda's tie upwards, so that the two looked at each other. So, sir, do you want to climb the mountain? Of course. The ambiguous battle was about to break out. The two discussed the method of climbing the hill for a long time, and then explored the mysteries of the universe. Avril is different from other women. She is full of wildness, like an untamed wild horse, carrying Tangda to leave footprints in various places in the room. It was not until the night was dispelled by the sun that Tangda finally fell asleep in Avril's arms. After an unknown amount of time, Tangda was awakened by a sucking sound. He frowned and looked at the hot sun outside the French window. After listening carefully to the source of the sound, he lifted his quilt and looked inside. Baby, are you practicing syllables? You have such a strong sense of rhythm. Avril's voice came from under the quilt. Yes, your flute is too difficult to play. It hasn't made any sound for so long. Tangda pulled up the corner of his mouth. Then it seems that you need to practice more. After saying that, he straightened his waist, which made Avril slap his thigh angrily. The two did not leave the room until noon on the third day. They had relied on pizza and chicken wings bought by Tom for meals for the past 2 days, which made this silent guy look at Tangda sideways. Even after sending Avril away, Tom would look at Tangda from time to time, and the teasing meaning of his eyes was self-evident. Tom, do you have a girlfriend? Tangda was frightened by being looked at, so he asked. I have, but not as crazy as you. Tom was telling the truth. He had never seen anyone as energetic as Tangda. You know, the safety products he bought these days are equivalent to what an average person would use for half a month. But even so, he saw that Tangda didn't look weak. If it were someone else, they would have been weak in the waist and knees and pale. Crazy. Tangda shrugged, a little, but I finally made this girl beg for mercy. I can have a good rest for the next period of time. There are a lot of things to do. As soon as he said this, his cell phone rang. Chapter 132 Tax Avoidance Blueprint. The caller was Kirk's daughter. She said that Kirk had gone into shock while sleeping last night and was rushed to the emergency room. He has been rescued now. Unfortunately, his neurological function was damaged and he could no longer speak. When Tangda rushed to the hospital, he saw a skinny old man lying on the bed and being fed by his daughter. Hello, is this Tang? Kirk's daughter stood up and Tangda nodded. Is he okay? Not very well. The doctor said that he must rely on a ventilator for a while. Just call me Shanna. Kirk's daughter was a brown-haired girl with freckles on her face. She wore glasses and looked like she was still studying. Then how does he communicate with people now? Tangda sat on a chair while Tom walked outside to guard the door. He can't communicate with people now. Shanna pouted and turned to look at her father, who looked like he had a stroke with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Okay, is there anything I can help you with? Kirk had helped Tangda deal with many contracts and he still respected this principled lawyer. However, after the company got on track, it had signed an agreement with a large law firm, So he hadn't talked to Lawyer Kirk for a long time. Nothing, Dad's money is enough to treat his illness. Shanna sat by the bed, but he may have felt that he was going to have problems, so he wrote a document in advance, which contained all the things to be dealt with. Tang, you are one of them. I see. But your matter is more complicated, involving the equity structure of your company and some miscellaneous things. I really can't handle it, so I can only call my dad's students. Students. Tang just said these two words when he heard the sound of leather shoes coming from outside the door. My little Shanna, long time no see. A blond man in a gray suit and a yellow tie walked in. He looked quite handsome, a bit like Brad Pitt. Little Pitt, long time no see. Shanna also responded with the same words, not losing out at all. I've said it many times, my name is Lauren Ortiz, sir, please call me Lauren. I'm the teacher's student, I worked under him for a few years. Hello, Lauren. Tang just shook hands with him politely. So why did you ask me to come here? Is it to take care of the teacher day and night to show my noble character? Forget it, I might as well give you $500 to hire a caregiver for the teacher. Lauren spoke very directly and acted vigorously. It seems that he works in an elite law firm. I know your time is precious, but now I'm buying your time, so please show some professionalism, little Pete. Shanna said with a blank expression. Tang raised his eyebrows and found it very interesting. He wanted to ask Kirk's students to come to the hospital and buy his time. This is very American. Okay. Lauren sat on the chair, took out his notebook and pen and said, tell me, dear, what do you need to consult? Not me, it's him. Shanna pointed at Tangda, and then handed over a few pages of paper in her hand. My father used to be his lawyer. Now he's down, and I need you to handle some things. Of course, no problem, let me see. Lauren carefully looked at the contents of the paper, but it didn't matter. The next moment his eyes suddenly lit up. It's amazing. Mr. Tangda, it turns out that your business is so big. Sorry, I didn't formally introduce myself just now. Lauren turned his head and put on a professional fake smile and said, I am now running a business consulting company and doing business consulting work. Business consultant. Tangda felt that these words seemed to hide a lot of things. That's right. Lauren whispered at a very fast speed, asset transfer, asset restructuring, bankruptcy application, and reasonable tax avoidance are all within my service scope. I see. Tangda suddenly realized that it was a company that specializes in asset management for the rich, but in a place like the United States with heavy taxes, such a company is indeed needed. But what does this have to do with me? Llewellyn laughed. Of course it has something to do with you, because you have an agency, an advertising company, and most importantly, you have a multinational company. Maybe there will be more companies in the future. I can see that you are trying to plan some kind of business layout. He had consulted Lawyer Kirk about a multinational company before, but he didn't expect him to suddenly become paralyzed. Well, Tangda didn't comment. Llewellyn continued, so of course you need me, because I can help you avoid taxes reasonably, and I can also help you hide behind the scenes. Tell me about it. Tangda immediately became interested in this topic. Okay. Llewellyn tried to explain to Tangda in the simplest way. First of all, tax avoidance is not tax evasion. Tax avoidance is a very normal business behavior, just like it costs $232 to fly from New York to Los Angeles, while it costs $189 if you drive yourself. The difference is equivalent to the amount of tax avoidance you get in exchange for the extra time you spend. Llewellyn drew two lines on the paper while speaking to help Tangda understand. If your money is earned in the United States and spent in the United States, then basically there is no need to avoid taxes, but if it involves multinational companies, then tax avoidance is very important. Because modern countries have two principles for collecting taxes, the territorial principle and the personal principle. The former means that no matter where you are from, as long as there is a transaction in my country and there is income, you have to pay taxes. The latter means that no matter where you make money, as long as you are my citizen, you have to pay taxes. And many countries have both in parallel. That is, if your multinational company generates income, it must pay taxes to both the country of registration and the country of profit. Do you know how much money this will lose? 20%, 30%, or even 40% of net profit. Roland put his 5 fingers together. It's so exaggerated, Mr. Tangda, but it's not that there is no way to solve it. Tangda nodded thoughtfully. Go on. He really needs to know something about tax avoidance, As the company grows bigger and bigger, it is no longer as small as before. The net profit every year is a large sum of money. Of course, he is unwilling to let the tax take 20%. The solution is to register the company in a place where there is no tax rate. Do you know the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands and Ireland? The corporate tax there is zero, and the company does not have to pay any money earned from operations. We can register the multinational company in one of them to avoid paying part of the tax. But this is only part of the tax avoidance. After solving the registration country, the more important thing is the country where you make money. In fact, if you are doing physical business, I may not tell you these things, but now it happens that you are doing creativity, copyright, and agency contracts. This kind of intangible assets are very suitable for tax avoidance. When Lauren said this, his expression became a little excited, but he still paused and chose to look around. Is it safe here? Mr. Tangda, why don't we go to the company and have a good talk? Tangda knew that what he was going to say next was the most important step to avoid taxes. There were many people and many gossips. This was their livelihood and could not be easily said. Okay, then let's go to the company. As soon as Tangda finished speaking, Lauren stood up and looked at Shanna. Where's my consulting fee? You ask him. Shanna turned her head and looked at Tangda. Me. Tangda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Lauren had to pay for his time himself. This girl really knows how to borrow flowers to pay Buddha. But he didn't hesitate about this and said directly, let's go to the company first and calculate it together. Lauren came by car, of course. Tom followed him in his car and went back to his company. The company was very small, with only a few workstations and an office. Several employees were sitting idle at their workstations, and it seemed that Lauren's business was not very good. Seeing this, Lauren explained, you know, companies like us need to be low-key, and our customers are all one-time transactions. Tangda raised his eyebrows and did not expose his lie. The two entered the office. Lauren took off his coat and poured a glass of milk for Tangda first, because Tangda did not drink coffee. Go on. Tangda held the cup and listened attentively. Lauren immediately said, okay, let's continue with the previous topic. These intangible assets in your hands are the most suitable for tax avoidance, because we can move the funds offshore. Offshore funds. Yes, let me give you an example. The main body of the contracts signed by your supreme creativity and many companies with it can be placed on those zero-tax Caribbean islands, so that you can reasonably avoid taxes. All you need to consider is how to transfer these funds in. In fact, big companies like Microsoft and Google all do this. Hollywood stars also avoid taxes in this way. This is a huge offshore market. How do you transfer the funds to China? Tangda asked. Llewellyn smiled and said, then you need me. I can apply for Bahamas tax residency for you. You just need to buy a house there. Then I can help you negotiate with Luxembourg to open a company with a low tax rate. Because of your identity, you are a Hollywood celebrity. Although your current works may not let everyone know you, there is no rush. We can talk about a 5% tax rate first, and then continue to talk after you become famous. Then use a BVI, Virgin Islands, company to control the Luxembourg company, and then use a Cayman Islands company to control the BVI company, and finally you will control the Cayman Islands company yourself. After a series of operations like this, your company's tax rate will become 5%. You only need to pay such a small tax rate to transfer all your income to China. And what is the biggest benefit, do you know? What is it? Tangda raised his eyebrows. It is that you completely disappear in the company. Just like magic, boom. Quotation mark. Chapter 133 Million Investment. The hidden identity that Lauren mentioned was mainly based on the regulations of the Virgin Islands. Companies established in the Virgin Islands do not need to pay taxes, nor do they need to disclose their equity structure and actual beneficiaries. The only record is the board of directors. But they can also spend $500 to hire a local person as an acting director, so that Tangda's name will not appear in any company information. He can also complete the operation of his own holding company, hiring himself, and paying himself a large annual salary. Of course, what Lauren said is just a general operation. Among them, various tax avoidance details and how to exploit loopholes in the policies of various countries are the top priority. But after learning this, Tangda really feels that he needs to consider Lauren's suggestions carefully. After all, his future business map will definitely include film production companies and multinational companies. If he can reasonably avoid taxes, it will increase a lot of profits. And the multinational companies that are cooperating with Tokyo can also use this method to hold offshore holdings and hide their identities. However, after confirming this approach, Tang did not agree directly, because he compared prices from 3 companies, and he could not listen to Lauren's one-sided talk and handed over to him. Okay, Lauren, to be honest, I'm very interested, but how are the charges for these processes calculated? Very cheap, for $20,000, I can get everything done for you. These steps are all what I personally investigated some time ago, and they are absolutely effective. Microsoft, Google, and Apple, they all do it this way. It's just a little more complicated than this, but your company doesn't need to be so troublesome. In fact, if your company makes more than a few $100 million in profit each year in the future, then I would recommend that you directly set up a trust fund or a cross-holding company. Presumably other business consulting companies also have similar businesses. Tang said bluntly, I can't make a decision all at once, I have to think about it again. Of course they do, but most of them charge a lot of money. Lauren said confidently, if it weren't for you being my teacher's client, I wouldn't give you a discount. After he finished speaking, he stood up with Tang, but was patted on the arm by him, and said to him with a meaningful smile, in a capitalist society, even if Jesus came down to buy a bow for his wings, he couldn't get a discount. When Tang walked out the door, Lauren was still savoring this sentence. Why did God buy bows for his wings? 3 seconds later, he suddenly remembered something and chased after him. Hey, Tang, you haven't paid me for my service yet. After paying the service fee, Tang got back in the car and revealed the answer. Because God is a girl. Then, in Tom's puzzled eyes, Tang smiled. Don't you know that song? There's a very popular DJ recently, and it's called this name, God is a Girl. Listen to more pop songs, Tom, otherwise you and the girls will have nothing to talk about. Tom didn't say anything, just nodded, and then drove Tang to the company. In the next few days, Tang consulted 3 companies with similar businesses, either with a lot of additional services, or with expensive prices, or with complicated procedures. There is really no company that can explain all the obstacles as simply and directly as Lauren. So Tang returned to Lauren's business consulting company and met him again. What do you think? Is it the lowest price in New York? Although Lauren was also worried these days, he was really confident. After all, the price is really low. If he didn't need money urgently for expenses, he wouldn't give Tang such a big discount. Yes, it's really low. Tang smiled and said, your company should have been established not long ago. Yes, you are right. Luolun shrugged, I have been abroad before, just those Caribbean islands, running the process, and now it is finally all connected. No wonder. Tang sat on the sofa with him. So what size company do you plan to build? When talking about business, Luolun immediately became serious. Of course, the bigger the better. I believe that in the next few years, there will be more companies that need our offshore services, such as internet companies. Although computers are not yet popular, I think that day is not far away. The rise of an emerging industry will inevitably create a large number of wealthy people. Although I regret that I chose the law major because of my teacher, it doesn't mean that I can't have a share of it, right? You are right. Tang likes forward-looking and self-aware guys like Luolun. If you can't be a gold digger, go sell iron pickaxes. The rise of an industry will inevitably lead to the revitalization of more affiliated industries, and Luolun's aim is very accurate. There will be countless myths of internet companies making money in the future. Whether it is a large company or a small company, it needs to reasonably avoid taxes. Luolun's foresight will surely bring him rich rewards. Tang looked at the office again. In addition to various carefully decorated paintings, even the bookshelves behind the desk were neatly arranged. Those books were not brand new, but had obvious creases and stains. In addition to the computer, there were various personal items on the desk, and there were slippers on the floor. It seems that Luolun has regarded the company as his home. From the environment around a person, his character can be seen. Tang could feel his upward momentum, which also made him more determined than his mind. Do you understand accounting? But he asked before he made his decision. Of course. Luolun smiled, I have studied related majors before. I plan to find more accountants in addition to sales to develop the agency business after the company's business expands. That's no problem, Luolun. Tang smiled and stretched out his hand. Llewellyn thought he had confirmed the cooperation and immediately became happy. However, when the two sides shook hands, Tang said, "Do you need investment?" Ah! Llewellyn was stunned. 30 minutes later, Llewellyn touched his forehead in disbelief. He felt as if he had been hit by some kind of wizard spell. He couldn't wait to confirm the investment after talking with Tang. But the future that Tang envisioned was really tempting. $2 million, paid in installments over 2 years, 30% of the equity, no participation in the company's decision-making, only responsible for dividends. Not to mention that Tang also has an advertising company under his control, which can advertise at cost price and directly get through the most difficult startup stage. This is undoubtedly a very attractive condition. Llewellyn even made up his mind because of this advertising company. After all, Supreme Creative has made a great name for itself in New York, and all the advertisements it has handled have been successful. Should he hold on to his equity and make every effort to make the company profitable, and then use all the profits to advertise, or should he directly exchange equity for funds, quickly expand the scale, rely on top advertisers to become famous, and quickly become a dark horse in the industry? These two options are simply unnecessary for a Native American. A gamble, Xylee becomes Ferrari in seconds. However, Tang's only requirement is that the holding company should be established in the Virgin Islands, as Llewellyn said, to avoid taxes. Llewellyn naturally agreed, and the offshore company holding matter officially entered the processing stage. Tang's reason for investing in Llewellyn is naturally for future considerations. As his companies become more and more, accounting business will become very troublesome, but he can't outsource them all. Since Llewellyn is familiar with accounting business, he is naturally the best housekeeper. It just so happens that accounting business and offshore holding are put together, both of which are companies under Tang. He is his own person, so it is easy to handle any problems. Afterwards, Tang also went to Heinz Group to talk to Henry about offshore holdings. Henry agreed with this. Although he had thought about it before, he did not remind Tang because Supreme Creative was not large in scale and the tax was not much. Now that Tang realized it himself and contacted the company, he certainly would not stop it. He cooperated very well and let the offshore company under his name cooperate with Tang to jointly control Supreme Creative. A week later, Angel Declaration and Tokyo multinational company Zishin Brokerage also completed the operation in the form of offshore holdings. Tang officially became the man behind the two companies and hired himself as CEO with an annual salary of $500,000 through Angel Declaration. In this way, he can declare to the outside world that he is the management of the company, not the boss. Anyway, no one else can find out. After completing a series of operations, Tang still did not have time to rest, because the girls from Tokyo had arrived at the company and officially started training. Kane, how are they doing recently? Tang took the time to come to the training room and chat with Kane. Kane answered truthfully, "There are several customer service ladies who performed very poorly. Their dancing and singing were terrible. I have already given them a C grade." Within the company, Tang established a secret scoring system, which decreases from S grade to D grade. The scoring angles range from obedience attitude to professionalism and then to ability level. Both teachers and agents have to bear the responsibility of scoring. The selection is carried out every month. If someone's score is too low, or if the obedience score is C grade or below, they will face the situation of being cleared out. If the ability score is not high, they can try again for another month. Tang does not have time to slowly train these girls now. He must come up with a suitable combination as soon as possible, so it is obviously necessary to let the girls roll up. What about the ones in Tokyo? The group of girls headed by Kyoko Fukada also joined the training. Although it has only been a few days, Tang also wants to understand their situation. To be honest, they work very hard. Kane spread his hands. They practice from morning to night every day. I heard from the teachers that they often finish training after 10 o'clock in the evening. That's right. Let these Tokyo girls inspire our customer service ladies. They are indeed a little lazy. Tang likes this kind of healthy competition. It's just that the language of both sides is not very fluent. They have few opportunities to communicate. I'm worried. Indeed, if they don't communicate with others for a long time, they can't integrate. Let the etiquette teacher take on this role and pay more. I want to see that they can communicate with others proficiently in daily language within a month. Okay, no problem. There is nothing that can't be solved with money. Kane proposed this, which is actually the same idea as Tangda. It's just that he doesn't have the right to use money, while Tangda does. After finishing all this, Tangda suddenly received a call from Giorgio, saying that he wanted Tangda to listen to some demo songs as the selection of songs for the first album of the girl group. Chapter 134, Intercepting Taylor. When Tangda arrived at Republic Records, it was getting dark. But in the recording studio of Republic Records, Giorgio and the recording engineer had no intention of leaving Get Off Work and had been waiting for Tangda. Is the new song out? Tangda was not very familiar with the Idol songs in his previous life, so he could only give some suggestions. At least he could ensure that his listening level was still in line with the public's preferences. Okay, I'll ask someone to sing it in full, you listen. Giorgio nodded to the recording engineer, and then looked at Tangda with expectation, as if he was very satisfied with the song. The song finished playing quickly, and Tangda nodded thoughtfully, it's okay. Yeah, I think this song should be fine. Giorgio smiled and said, I found Matthew North as the producer. Matthew North is the producer of Destiny's Child's first album and has rich experience in producing girl group music in the industry. But Tangda shook his head after praising him. I just said it's okay, but I didn't say it's perfect. Why? Giorgio frowned, looking puzzled. Tangda pulled over a chair and sat down. Don't you think the style of this song is too old? Old? Isn't this the style of the songs before Destiny's Child? Everyone will definitely like this. Giorgio didn't understand what Tangda meant. Tangda spread his hands and said, that was in 1998, and now it's 2003. Giorgio, you should be very sensitive to popular trends. Okay. Giorgio was silent for a moment. Maybe I listened to it too much before. You know, even if it's garbage, you will get used to it after listening to it too much. Then Giorgio pulled Tangda out to smoke a cigarette. After smoking, he turned around and listened to the song again carefully, and then said, it's true that this style is a bit old, but how to change it? Let's change the sound of the synthesizer first. Tangda tapped the table with his fingers, then tried to be concise and clear. I said I wanted to make chick music, but now it sounds a bit like anti-music. Anti-music. Giorgio was amused and laughed. Try to find producers of the younger generation, they may know how to make this kind of music better. In short, it should be more trendy and not too nostalgic. One nostalgic song in the album is enough. That's true. I'll think about it in the next few days. Giorgio also put a lot of thought into this undebuted girl group. Because the current business situation of Republic Records is indeed not very good. No singer has been popular in the past year, and the sales are mediocre. Instead, Raymond's song Hottie has become the current mainstay. If Tangda didn't know that their company later signed many big-name singers such as Ariana Grande and The Weeknd, he even thought that this record company was not far from bankruptcy. Just when the two were talking about the song, Giorgio's secretary suddenly knocked on the door and handed over a tape. What is this? Giorgio received many tapes and self-recommendations every day, but 99% of them were garbage in his eyes. And the remaining 1% was just harmless garbage, so now he let his subordinates listen to it before handing it to him. This has just been delivered. It's from a stockbroker at Merrill Lynch, Scott Kinless. The secretary picked up the business card and repeated the name on it. No one is important. Unexpectedly, Giorgio interrupted directly and waved his hand, saying, I really don't have time to waste on this kind of music from a novice. Just throw it on the table outside. I'll listen to it when I have time. Okay. The secretary nodded and casually put the tapes and business cards on the table. The table was already piled with tapes. It would probably take at least 3 days to finish listening to them if you listen carefully. No wonder Giorgio has no patience. After the secretary left, Giorgio talked with Tangda for a while, and then went outside to answer his wife's call. Tangda walked to the table curiously and looked through the tapes. Some of them had business cards, some had photos, and some had childish words on them expressing their determination to pursue their musical dreams. Now more and more middle school students and even elementary school students are starting to pursue their own musical dreams. Tangda couldn't help laughing. Thinking about Giorgio having to listen to a bunch of little brats singing songs that they think are great every day, he found it very funny. However, music is becoming younger and younger, which is why Tangda has been emphasizing chick music. Young people now prefer independent groups rather than traditional groups, which represents their true thoughts. As he watched, Tangda's eyes swept over the tape that the secretary had placed just now. The white business card on it was shining brightly under the light. Tang subconsciously read out the name on the business card softly, Scott Kingsley Swift. Wait? Swift? His eyebrows raised uncontrollably, and he was extremely surprised. Suddenly he realized something. Could this be Taylor Swift's song demo? Tang didn't remember the specific details, but he knew that Taylor's first song was sent to a record company in New York by her parents, and they successfully helped her sign her first record contract. It was just that Taylor Swift couldn't stand the situation that the music company could only release an album after 3 years, so she terminated the contract after a year. Then she met the first producer of her life in Nashville, joined his Big Machine Records, and became the first singer under its company. As for her joining Republic Records, it was after she became famous. So Tang really didn't expect to see Taylor Swift's song demos here at Republic Records. This was a truly incomparable surprise. If Giorgio, who answered the phone at this time, knew that he had missed such a future superstar female singer, he would definitely go crazy. Tang's heart beat quickly, like a dragon seeing a treasure. He glanced around and found that there was no one around, so he stuffed the tape and business card into his coat pocket. Very good, Taylor Swift is his. Although Angel Declaration did not have a dedicated music department before, it will have one from today, a music department that will only serve Taylor Swift. As long as she successfully releases the album, all the investment will be recovered by 100 or 1,000 times the number. This is really a good deal. After taking the tape, Tang chatted with Giorgio for a few words and left Republic Records. Looking at Tang's back, Giorgio turned around and was about to walk to the office, but suddenly saw the tapes piled on the table. There are so many, like a small mountain. He walked closer, frowned, picked up a business card and looked at it, then picked up the one with a photo and looked at it. After a simple search, the tape just now was nowhere to be found. Giorgio thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let's go home quickly. After that, he picked up the car keys and left in a hurry, leaving only a large piece of tape waiting lonely under the light. The next day, Tang asked Kane to call the number on the business card. Hello. There was a steady man's voice on the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Swift? Yes. Kane smiled and said, I am Kane, we are the music department of Angel Declaration Company. The CEO heard your daughter's song demo before and thought it has great potential. Do you have time to come and talk? Really? Angel Declaration? Why haven't I heard of this name? And, I don't think I have submitted tapes to your company. The man was very cautious. Although he sounded a little happy, he did not agree immediately. Kane glanced at Tang. Yes, although you haven't submitted it to our company, didn't you submit it to Republic Records last night? That's our partner, but their company's current direction is not children's music, so this tape is in our hands now. Oh, is that so? The man immediately believed Kane's words, because only he and Republic Records knew about his behavior last night. The person who could call him so quickly must have a close relationship with Republic Records and must not be a liar. Yes, so when are you free to talk? I'm working now, how about getting off work in the evening? 6 o'clock? No, I'll go there at 5, give me an address. Okay, our address is. Kane hung up the phone and looked at Tang who was drinking tea. Boss, it's done. Very good. Tang nodded to show satisfaction. But do you really think she can become popular? Kane didn't understand Tang's thinking. He seemed to always have some unexpected ideas and often acted out of common sense. Just because you heard a girl singing, you decided to spend a lot of money to train her? But Kane himself also listened to the song. He admitted that it was catchy, but it was not really pleasant to the ear. Why did Tang value it so much? Tang smiled, because she belongs to the future, her songs also belong to the future. Kane didn't understand Tang's words. He thought that the boss was just particularly optimistic about it. There was nothing he could do but smile and continue to work. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Scott Kingsley Swift got out of the car, went up to the second floor from the outside of the building, and entered Angel Declaration, he was immediately received by Kane. Come in. Kane pushed open the door. Tang was sitting in the office communicating with Jimmy about the supreme creativity. Hello. Please sit down. Tang extended his hand to let Scott sit down. Then he introduced himself with a puzzled look. I am the CEO of Angel Declaration, you can call me Tang. You are really young. It was indeed the first time that Scott had seen such a young CEO. Jimmy played the role of dispelling doubts appropriately. Do you know the MTV Music Awards? And the Grammys? Yes, of course, these are well-known awards in the music industry. Scott didn't know what the two meant. Look. Jimmy pointed to the mirror cabinet beside him. Our CEO Don is a well-known MV director in the music industry. He has shot MVs for Avril Lavigne, Nelly and others. He won the MTV Best Director Award last year and just won the Grammy Award for Best Short MV this year. The trophy's right there. Oh, last year's musical Chicago was also shot by Don. You can watch the replay and movie when you go home. OMG. Scott was immediately surprised when he heard these words. Chapter 135 Signing Singer. Scott looked at Tang in surprise. He certainly knew the value of these two awards. It can be said that this proved that Tang was unrivaled in the field of MVs throughout the past year. He also knew Chicago because he and his family had watched it, and the dance in it still left a deep impression on him. I didn't expect it to be created by the young man in front of me. It's really unbelievable. But the real thing is here, and Scott can't help but believe it, so he immediately adjusted his mentality and no longer questioned it. But he still had some doubts. So why do you think highly of my daughter's song? Taylor Swift started writing poetry when she was a child and won awards in the National Poetry Competition. When she was 11 years old, she sang the American national anthem on stage before the Philadelphia 76ers game. So Scott thought she had such talent. After Taylor proposed to become a country singer, he immediately helped her record the demo of her first song. However, he has encountered many obstacles recently. Either he has not heard back after submitting his application, or he has been directly rejected. Therefore, Scott was very curious about what Tang liked about this song, which would be the key to the family's decision. After all, only people who understand music can tap into Taylor's talent. Tang nodded, understanding Scott's doubts, and said, because I think country music is the future trend of America. To be honest, your daughter's singing skills are skilled compared to her peers, but not outstanding. But I think your daughter's voice is very recognizable. She is very suitable for singing this kind of country music. She has her lively girl feeling. But if she wants to release an album, she still needs a certain amount of time to cultivate. Then when do you think you can release an album? Scott asked following Tang's words. How old is she this year? 14 years old. That's about a year. She needs to systematically learn vocal skills and singing skills, and then polish the first album with the help of a producer. This stage takes about a year. I see, but do you have a suitable music producer? Don't worry, we have sufficient resources in the industry. We are now working with Republic Records to cultivate a new generation of girl groups. Both teachers and producers are at the forefront of the industry. Scott nodded, and after communicating with Tang for a while, he drove away from Angel Declaration. On the weekend, he returned to his home in Nashville. Dad, little Taylor Swift, who was playing guitar in the living room, rushed over immediately. Is there any news? Although she is only 14 years old, her figure and face have begun to show the future style, and she looks very sweet. Yes. Scott took off his shoes, touched his daughter's head lovingly, and then said under his wife's gaze, 2 companies have offered to sign me. Great. Little Taylor Swift jumped up happily. She has grown very fast in the past 2 years and is about to catch up with her father Scott. Tell me more, Scott. Your daughter can't even enjoy the meal she's been looking forward to these days. After Andrea, the mother, put the salad on the table, she took her daughter to sit on the sofa, waiting for Scott's story. Where's Austin? Scott untied his tie, hung it on the hanger, and asked about his eldest son's whereabouts. He went to shoot. You know him. He mumbles about the blues every day. He's probably rushing home now. The eldest son, Austin, is a young man who likes photography. He has decided to apply for the photography major in college and is working hard for it. Okay. Scott originally thought that such a family event should be discussed by the whole family, but since the eldest son was not there, he patted his knees and sat on the sofa to tell the two about their experience today. In fact, in addition to the Angel Declaration, he suddenly received a call from the American Broadcasting Records Company. He rushed over to chat with the person in charge for a while. It's just that the conditions offered by the American Broadcasting Records Company are far worse than the Angel Declaration, but the Angel Declaration is indeed not a big company. Scott is worried that his daughter will not get good guidance there, so he is now in a dilemma. That is to say, Now we have two choices. One requires 3 years of training before we can officially release an album, but the company is well known and has trained many famous singers. The other only requires 1 year of training before releasing an album, but the company is not well known and is completely new, right? Taylor Swift Jr. concluded. Yes, you are right, Taylor, what do you think? Scott asked his daughter's opinion. Do you even need to think about it? Of course it's Angel Declaration. Taylor Swift Jr. did not hesitate at all. I can't stand being hidden for so long. I have songs and inspiration. I can finish my first album soon. Scott pondered. Mother Andrea showed doubts. Is the CEO of Angel Declaration, Tang, really reliable as you said? We can easily verify this. Scott said the names of the awards he heard. Unexpectedly, Taylor Swift Jr. suddenly stood up with shining eyes and ran upstairs. The two parents were a little confused and could only wait for her to take down a few CDs from upstairs. Look! Avril's SK8 boy, I really like the MV of this song. It was shot by Dunn. I watched the MTV Awards and the Grammys. It's true that he won those awards. Little Taylor Swift said excitedly, if I can convince him to shoot the MV for my first album, my song will definitely be popular. Dad, go to Angel Declaration. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. After all, although Angel Declaration is not well known, it is very sincere, and this small number of people also means that the company will do its best to cultivate little Taylor. If she joins American Broadcasting Records, she may not be able to get any opportunities in 1 or 2 years. Then it's settled, go to Angel Declaration. Scott just made a decision, and suddenly there was footsteps outside the door. It was the eldest son Austin who came back. He looked at the excited family of 3 and shrugged in surprise. What's wrong? Did we win the lottery? On Tuesday, in the office of Angel Declaration, Donda met Taylor Swift for the first time. Because of her age, she still retained the tenderness of a girl at this time, and her skin was not very white. At a glance, you can tell that she often goes out to sunbathe and exercise. But when she grows up, she will soon change into the real Taylor Swift. Hello. Little Taylor Swift stood in front of Tangda, and after letting go of his hand, she kept staring at him intently. Sit down. Tangda smiled and waved his hand, motioning the 4 of them to sit down. Today, the Scott family came over, obviously very concerned about Taylor's signing. Tang, we have decided to sign with your company, but we still want to consider your future arrangements for Taylor. No problem. Tangda briefly talked about his positioning of little Taylor. I hope to train Taylor to become a representative of the new generation of American country music. However, Angel Declaration does not actually have the conditions to help Taylor produce music albums, so Tangda plans to wait until next year to find a partner, which is the company that Taylor would have encountered in the original historical trajectory. He can't remember the specific name of the company, but he knows that Taylor's record company is in Nashville, because it is the birthplace of country music, and a large number of country music singers and producers have taken root there, which is more suitable for the current little Taylor Swift in New York. Now, he plans to invite the best music teacher in New York to teach little Taylor various techniques and help him shape a better body. After communicating these, the Scott family seemed very happy. Little Taylor's mother also planned to move to New York to take care of her. As for her brother Austin, he would be the same wherever he went. Wow, who took this photo? Austin didn't care about where he would end up at this time. He was not interested in the contract, but was very interested in the various photos on the wall. This was taken by Tang. Jimmy came over and answered his doubts. Is he still a photographer? These photos are amazing. Austin's eyes couldn't leave those photos. There were landscape photos and portrait photos. The lighting and angles were all at a level that he could not reach at present. Of course, have you bought the Angel Declaration photo album? Boy, that's a hot commodity. Jimmy smiled and joked, I have collected several sets myself. This is true. He bought a bookshelf at home specifically to display various photo albums, among which Lilina's photo albums are the most. I haven't bought it. I guess I need to go to the bookstore to have a look. Austin asked again, do you accept interns here? Jimmy shrugged, a little surprised, turned his head to look at Tangda who was negotiating with Scott, thought for a while and nodded, maybe we need a photography assistant. Really? Give me your phone number, I'll let you know in 2 days. While Jimmy and Austin were talking, the family signed a contract with Angel Declaration in the office, and Taylor Swift officially joined and became the first singer under Tang. After seeing them off, Jimmy came over and said, "Tang, Taylor's brother Austin wants to join the company as a photography assistant. Do you think it's okay?" "Of course, it's a good thing." Tang smiled. It was of course the best thing to be able to tie up Taylor's family with very little cost. "Okay, I'll let him know later." "But, Don." Jimmy touched his chin. "Do you think she can really become popular? There are so many beautiful and sexy female singers in New York." "It's different, Jimmy." Don stood on the balcony and looked down at the cars going away. "Girls in New York are all playing rock and roll and following trends. Country music has not had fresh blood for a long time. But Taylor is different. She is young and lively, and she will bring refreshing country music. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Red Carpet Rules. A week later, Taylor Swift officially joined Angel Declaration and started music classes under the guidance of professional teachers. Her treatment was different from those of the customer service ladies and Tokyo girls. In addition to public classes, she also had her own small classes. So Taylor's life was very fulfilling every day, and she couldn't stop taking classes. Just as things were getting on track, the Golden Globe Awards were announced. As expected, Chicago won all the awards for musicals, which was within Tang's expectations, which also added fuel to the popularity of Chicago in the newspapers. The media speculated that Chicago would be nominated for the Best Film of the Year at the Oscars. As for whether it would win the award, it would depend on the taste of the judges. However, although no one knows the taste of the judges in movies, their taste in restaurants is well known. A tabloid news published a very funny report, saying that after their tracking and statistics, they found that when Oscar judges accepted the invitation of the public relations company to dine, the restaurant they chose most was French cuisine. Then came the Japanese restaurant, the Chinese restaurant, the Spanish restaurant and the Indian restaurant. As for the British restaurant, unfortunately, no one chose the British restaurant. And the judges also had an unexpected tacit understanding when dining, and there must be expensive red wine, vegetable salad or cold vegetables. The tabloid deliberately summarized these common points and gave a portrait, age 40 to 60, highly educated. Like to collect red wine, like to eat vegetables and fruits, pure vegetarian or healthy life. When you meet this kind of person, there is no doubt that he must be one of the Academy judges of the Oscars. This is undoubtedly a great irony of the current Oscars public relations chaos. The tabloid sold out on the day it was released, but on the third day it fell at lightning speed, saying that the news was fake. This operation made many people feel confused. Only Tang and other practitioners found it very funny. Obviously, the newspaper was also publicized. In this bizarre closed loop, time came to the eve of the Oscars. Tang was looking at the dresses for the Oscars that day, but suddenly received a call from Anne Hathaway. "Honey, what are you doing?" "I'm choosing a dress. What about you?" "I'm still on the set, but I have good news that will surprise you." Tang raised his eyebrows. "Do you have time to attend the Oscars?" "Honey, you guessed it right. Yes, I have time to attend the Oscars. Are you happy?" Tang pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling that things were getting a little tricky. But he still expressed his happiness on the phone. "Of course I'm happy, Annie. After the party, we can go home together." "Oh, sorry, honey, I have to rush back to the set after the party." Tang breathed a sigh of relief, and his hanging heart was put back. "Well, it's okay, Annie. Let's meet again after your cruise work is over." "Haha, okay, but it's really great that we can meet at the Oscars. Maybe I can see you win the award with my own eyes. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing." Anne Hathaway suddenly remembered something. "Tang, you don't have to choose a dress, because a stylist will contact you soon." "What?" Tang was a little confused. For those stylists, this is a great opportunity to make money. Listening to Anne Hathaway's explanation, Tang gradually understood the unspoken rules of the Oscar red carpet that he had never known. Since the start of this luxurious awards ceremony, the red carpet show where celebrities compete with each other has become a battleground for various fashion brands. For this reason, they have to spend millions of dollars every year to persuade celebrities to wear their own clothes, jewelry or watches. Of course, Fashion brand public relations do not directly connect with celebrities. What they do is to determine the level of each celebrity according to the list in their hands, and assign them ready-made clothes of different levels and different release dates. If an artist wears a certain brand's high-end fashion of the season on the red carpet, it indirectly means that she is on the brand's A-list. In contrast, they also have a blacklist to avoid artists involved in scandals. After determining these, they will also make the so-called bet. That is, the reserve for the best actor, actress, best director, best supporting actor and actress and other awards. These people stand on the stage the longest and the brand gets the most exposure. But there are only a few popular artists, and there are many wolves in a short supply. If you want to occupy the bridge, then it is the turn of the middleman. The brokers are the first-line stylists who are responsible for the makeup of the stars. That's right, those stylists who seem to have no voice in normal times have all become the hotcakes in the eyes of fashion brands during the Oscars season, because they are responsible for the makeup of major stars. Sometimes what clothes and jewelry to wear often depends on the words of the stylist. Artists are often only responsible for the final trial and makeup review and modification. Therefore, in order to make stylists choose their own brands, fashion brands often send their own design sketches during the Oscars warm-up stage. Those stylists will select suitable brands based on the image positioning of the artists, just like producers reviewing films. As for how these brands please the stylists and win the final victory, of course, they spend money. The charm of money is unparalleled at this moment, and there is even a widely circulated charging standard in the industry. Take jewelry accessories for example. Earrings cost $125,000, necklaces $75,000, bracelets $50,000, and rings $25,000. Of course, the artists get the lion's share of the money, which is why it is always reported that a star changes clothes temporarily at the Oscars. It is all about money. For example, at the 1990 Oscars, due to the involvement of Giorgio Armani, dozens of actresses in the audience all wore Armani couture, and the audience jokingly called the 1990 Oscars the Armani Awards. But no matter what, artists and stylists will not easily miss this opportunity to make money, so Tang doesn't need to choose his own clothes. As long as he's on the list of candidates for the best photography, sooner or later a stylist will contact him and take the initiative to provide branded clothes. In fact, what Anne Hathaway said was very right. He just received an invitation letter to the Oscars the next day, and at the same time, he received calls from several stylists. These stylists are second tier and first tier, but basically they are not famous in Hollywood, except for one. Quentin's personal stylist is Keshawn Alpha. This stylist has worked with many big-name stars, including Nicole Kidman, Morgan Freeman and others, and is one of the stylists with the most star resources in Hollywood. Originally, with Tang's status, there was no way for him to get the favor of such a stylist on a stage like the Oscars. Even if he could win the best cinematography, his own fame was not enough to support those high-end clothes. But since there is Quentin's recommendation and endorsement, it's different. After all, Hollywood has never been fair, and having connections means you can get more. Not long after, Tang came to Keshawn's studio. He saw this black man wearing a white striped shirt and a pink bow tie in a room full of floor-length hangers with all kinds of luxury brand clothes. But compared to Tang's calmness, Keshawn immediately covered his mouth when he saw Tang. Oh, my God. Tang. I didn't believe it when Quentin said it, you are so handsome, just based on your face. Armani should also give you a high-end quota. Thank you for the compliment. Tang knew that men who work as stylists are more feminine than women, so he was not surprised. After a brief communication, Keshawn took the lead in speaking and getting to the point. Come on, baby, let's take a good measurement of your size. Do you need it for your lower body? Hey. Keshawn raised his little finger in a sissy way and laughed a series of times, which gave Tang goosebumps. However, he still cooperated with Keshawn to complete the measurement. During this process, this sissy stylist did not sexually harass him. After the measurement, Keshawn leaned against the makeup mirror and said, Tang, in fact, with your figure, I have a lot of clothes that are suitable for you, such as Armani, Prada, and Hermes. But if it comes to price, I recommend you to wear Prada. Keshawn spoke very directly. Prada was suppressed by Armani in the men's clothing field in the past few years, so this year it is trying hard to make a comeback. The design draft they gave me is very creative and the price is not bad. So, how much is a set of clothes? Tang asked curiously. No, 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 baby, it's not a set, it has to be calculated separately. The shirt is $8,000, the suit jacket is $30,000, the bottoms are $15,000, and the tie is $13,000. Keshin quoted the price of Prada like a treasure, which made Tang to touch his chin. If you choose Prada, I'll pay 40% and you 60%, and you can get $39,600. This doesn't include the watch. Wow, this is really a good business. Tang laughed. A photographer like him, who is not famous, can earn such income just by putting on clothes and showing up. No wonder those top stars have to change into several sets of clothes for an Oscars ceremony. Yes, the Oscars are the best business in Hollywood. Kazio nodded with a smile on his face. How about the watch? The price of this position should be more expensive than clothes, just like the jewelry of actresses. I have Longines, Vacheron Constantin, and Rolex, but I don't recommend them, because these famous watch brands tend to extend olive branches to those future movie stars and actresses, and the price they offer is not much. Then what do you recommend? Richard Miller, a new watch brand. You may not have heard of it, but the price he offers is very high, $80,000. If you can stand on the podium, he can add another $20,000. Richard Miller? Tang thought he was joking. How could he not know that this was a top watchmaking brand that had become popular since its establishment? It was sold at a high level of precision and was more in line with the aesthetic tastes of the younger generation than brands like Rolex. This was a good choice, so Tang didn't hesitate and decided directly, then let's go with Richard Mille. Keshin, I believe in your vision. Keshin was really happy to be praised by him. Don't worry, Tang, I will definitely dress you up as the most handsome male star on the red carpet. However, a week later, when everything was settled and Tang was about to try on the costume, Oscar suddenly announced a temporary decision. Chapter 137 Oscar Ceremony. The Oscars officially announced that due to the outbreak of the Iraq War, the red carpet will no longer be laid out at this year's Oscars ceremony to adapt to the current war atmosphere. This is the first time in the history of the Oscars that this has happened, and many people are a little caught off guard. The prices of many celebrities' clothes have dropped accordingly, and many fashion brands have simply withdrawn from the competition. Only those old brands are still strong. However, the candidates for the Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Director and other awards are still in high demand, and the Best Photography Award like Tang has no room for price reduction because it is originally low. On the day of the awards ceremony, Tang, who flew to Los Angeles and arrived at the last minute, took the organizer's car to the Hollywood Kodak Theater. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a golden man placed outside the door, and a purple carpet was laid on the ground. Tang walked into the door of the Oscars alone. There were no acquaintances around him, only Will Smith was being interviewed by reporters. Hey, man. When Tang passed by him, he was stopped by him. Hello, Smith. Tang wondered why he called him. But the next moment Will Smith smiled and explained, I've seen your MV, man, let's go in together. Together? So are you still singing now? No. Will Smith shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, I do have some ideas, but I have a lot of movies to shoot now, too busy. Tang raised his eyebrows. Although his bastard son is not a good person, Will Smith still gives people a relatively friendly and lively feeling, which is in line with the feeling he showed in the movie. After the two entered the Kodak Theater, just when Will Smith was about to chat with Tang, a woman's voice suddenly sounded next to them. Sorry, can I join you? Tang and the others turned around and found that it was Scarlett Johansson. She was wearing a black bare shoulder-long dress today, the hem of the skirt swinging beside her calves, and a pair of diamond-studded high heels shining under the lights. Of course. Will Smith nodded, then looked at Tang and Scarlett with familiar faces, and asked in confusion, do you know each other? Of course. Scarlett admitted it generously, and said with a smile, Tang took photos of me. I see. Will Smith suddenly realized, and only Tang was holding back his laughter. The photos he took of Scarlett were all those that were not suitable for children, especially in the hotel before. Tang took a lot of photos with a Leica camera. Now those photos have been developed and left in the locked darkroom of his home. He is also considering when to buy a house specifically for storage, but he can't buy a villa, because the various laws in the future America are too magical. For example, the illegal occupation of houses by homeless people is actually allowed by law. The original owners can neither drive them away nor ask them to compensate. Even if they are occupied for too long, they will lose the ownership of their houses. The establishment of this law also made many homeless people in later generations deliberately look for those luxury houses that have been uninhabited for a long time to illegally occupy them, just like bandits who occupy the mountains and become kings. So in order to avoid his house being illegally occupied, Tang still planned to buy a high-rise apartment as a base for storing his photos. Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, Scarlett had finished talking to Will Smith. He gave up the seat next to Tang to Scarlett, and then went to the sofa in the backstage alone. After Will Smith left, Scarlett glanced at Tang and said with a seductive look, "Mr. Knight, guess what color underwear Miss Saint is wearing today?" Tang acted serious and pretended to talk about work with her while walking, but he kept guessing. "Black. No. Purple. No." Tang tapped the side of his pants with his fingers and suddenly stopped. "You are not wearing anything." Scarlett pursed her lips, squeezed her legs together, and exuded a hint of charm. "Mr. Knight really understands Miss Saint." Damn, Tang suddenly felt like a fire was burning in his heart. But this stage was not suitable for him to explode. "Miss Saint is really bold." "Bold? I don't think so. If Mr. Knight wins the prize tonight, there will be something more exciting." "Very good, I'll look forward to it." Tang nodded to Scarlett, then walked away quickly and walked towards the sofa with his name on it. In Scarlett's eyes, this was Tang's embarrassed look of hastily fleeing after being teased. But in the eyes of Anne Hathaway, who had been paying attention to Tang not far away, this was just his polite departure after a polite chat. Only Tang knew how thrilling the scene was just now. Fortunately, he didn't stare at Anne Hathaway directly after he saw her out of the corner of his eye, otherwise Scarlett would definitely find out the clues. After he sat on the sofa, he saw Scarlett walking to the front row and not paying attention to him, so he pretended to glance and found Anne Hathaway. He waved and greeted her, and after receiving a smile, his butt finally settled down. Tang. Director Rob had just arrived at this time. The two of them were sitting together. After seeing Tang, he immediately hugged him warmly. "Rob, how are you? Are you nervous?" Tang patted his arm. "Of course I am nervous. It's not just me. Everyone else in the crew is nervous too." He pointed behind him. Tang turned around and immediately found those familiar faces. Screenwriter Bill Condon, art director John Mayer, costume designer Colleen Atwood, several people were sitting together. When they saw Tang, they all waved and greeted him happily. After greeting them, Tang came back to his senses and straightened his suit. Rob glanced at his watch and asked in surprise, "What brand of watch is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" "Richard Mille, a new brand, you know, with a lot of money." Tang touched the metal watch on his wrist. Under the transparent mirror was a complex and exquisite mechanical structure. Every part was full of industrial beauty. This was the latest model to be launched this year. Tang was the first person to wear it in public. Maybe not all men like watches, but most men will definitely like this kind of industrial precision-style mechanical watch. Just looking at it is enjoyable. Rob was no exception. He looked at Tang's wrist for a while, and finally put it down reluctantly. "This watch looks good. If it's not on sale yet, I would definitely be interested in buying one." Tang didn't focus on him, but looked at Martin Scorsese not far from the front row. The old man didn't know what his gangs of New York would face. It seemed that he had imagined the Oscars last year, but he didn't expect that he would be sitting in the invited seat in just over a year. This is really touching. Tang recalled what happened in the past year. Many thrilling moments only felt more fortunate when he recalled them now. If he made a wrong choice, he might either sleep in the ground with Raymond or still waste his time as a photo photographer. Thinking of this, he put aside all these messy thoughts, put his hands together on his raised knees. Everything was just the beginning. Compared to the future he imagined, this was just a small step. Soon, the staff began to maintain order on the scene. All the stars and guests sat in their seats, and this Hollywood grand ceremony was about to officially begin. When everyone sat quietly in the venue, the lights first lit up from both sides and then gathered on the stage. Then the cello music sounded, and the two doors with gold and silver stripes on the stage opened. The host Steve Martin, with white hair and a black suit, walked out from behind the scenes. "Wow!" The stars applauded collectively, and some even stood up and applauded. The applause was deafening. After one after another stood up, Tang and the others had to stand up and applaud. It was not until Steve Martin nodded and said okay several times that everyone's enthusiasm gradually weakened, and then he gave an opening speech in front of all the media reporters. It's great that this year's award ceremony is held in a simple and unpretentious manner. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the audience laughed in unison, knowing what Steve Martin was hinting at. Maybe everyone has noticed that the red carpet is gone, and the meaning is obvious. However, Steve Martin still did not stop his sarcastic remarks, and continued, I think the TV broadcast revenue tonight is wonderful, because the revenue will be divided among the big companies. As soon as this sentence came out, the laughter became even louder. Then Steve Martin picked some stars and mentioned them. No matter whether they were black or white, they could not escape his teasing. He did not continue to talk about movies until everyone was laughing. There are many big movies this year. I like The Two Towers, which is a great drama. Another one is Chicago. Frankly speaking, Miramax racked their brains to ensure that Chicago would be nominated. This is their way. Please comment on whether it is fair. Steve Martin paused for a moment and said, they made a movie that everyone loves to watch. Ho ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and the camera immediately gave to Renee Zellweger and Martin Scorsese. This arrangement is interesting, because everyone knows that the old man's Gangs of New York this time is aiming for the Oscars, so what does this represent? Does it mean that the final battle will be between Chicago and Gangs of New York? No one knows, except Tang. After that, there was another long teasing. Tang looked at the time on his watch. The prelude of the award ceremony was about 15 minutes. Thanks to Steve Martin, a frequent guest of Saturday Night Live, ordinary hosts really couldn't control the situation for such a long time and make everyone laugh. After the teasing was over, the award ceremony finally entered the process. It was just the first award that went wrong, because the first Oscar to be awarded was the Best Animated Feature Film. Under the introduction of the award presenter, several different films were shown on the big screen: Ice Age, Lilo and Stitch, Pony Boy, The Treasure of the Stars, and Tang's childhood memory, Spirited Away. When the award presenter said that the winners were Spirited Away and Hayao Miyazaki, the whole audience was boiling, and the applause and whistles were endless. However, it was a pity that Hayao Miyazaki was not present at the award ceremony. Because the old man strongly condemned the Iraq War launched by the United States, he rejected the invitation to the Oscars. Chapter 138 Best Photography. However, although Mr. Hayao Miyazaki did not come to the scene, the award ceremony was not delayed. The next person to come on stage was a familiar face to Tang, Keanu Reeves. He had no beard on his face at this time, with curly hair and a whale-iron suit, and he looked very handsome. It was just that perhaps it was the influence of the later game. When Tang saw him, he would think of Night City, Johnny Silverhand, and his wild and dirty words. The award he presented was the best visual effects. There was no doubt that this award belonged to the second part of The Lord of the Rings. Tang watched the crew of The Lord of the Rings walk by and applauded to congratulate them. One award after another continued to be presented. There were many Oscar awards, so most of the award presenters adhered to concise words and efficient announcements, except for awards such as Best Actor and Best Actress. And soon, the first award related to Chicago was finally presented. The Best Art Direction award goes to John Mayer and Gordon Sim of Chicago. Congratulations. The crew members all cheered and applauded, but Rob, who was next to Tang, only clapped a few times, as if he was very nervous. Don't worry, Rob, you will stand on that podium. Tang comforted him. Rob pursed his lips and nodded, I hope so. At the same time, John Mayer and Gordon Sim also stepped onto the stage and began to give their acceptance speeches. That's great. We met a lot of good friends when we were filming Chicago. It was really a wonderful experience. Director Marshall deserves the most credit. I also want to thank the art department, set design, and the staff of the set building, painting and props department. Of course, I also want to thank the photographer and assistant director Don, who helped us a lot. The Oscar camera was given to Tang, who was sitting next to Rob, for the first time, and it also allowed a national audience who paid attention to the Oscars to officially see him for the first time. In the picture, he nodded gentlemanly and smiled and stretched out his hand to his chest. It's Tang. It's the boss. In the training room, the customer service lady, the Tokyo actor, and little Taylor were all sitting on chairs watching the TV, with several tutors and cane next to them. After seeing Tang, everyone was excited, as if the person appearing on the screen was themselves. Although they are still a long way from the stage, the meaning of their boss being invited to appear on the screen made everyone even more excited. Because they saw their boss go from obscurity to the Oscars, just like Kaden and Cindy, the real-life example of counterattack is very inspiring. It was a feeling of hope in front of them, which made these girls not feel tired no matter how hard they worked. Tangda's face flashed on the TV and returned to the stage. After John Mayer and the other two finished their acceptance speeches, other awards continued to be presented. After Zeta Jones' song and dance performance, the Best Costume Design Award was also presented to Colleen Atwood from the Chicago crew. She stood up excitedly, hugged and kissed the crew members one by one, and Tangda naturally did not escape. After a set of procedures were completed, she came to the stage in a pink dress. The acceptance speech came from the note in Colleen's hand. It seems that she has prepared for this for a long time, and the acceptance speech is similar to John Mayer. From the director to the crew members, she thanked them one by one. It's just that this time the camera did not give the Chicago crew, so the girls did not see the style of their boss. 20 minutes later, the award for Best Supporting Actress was awarded to Zeta Jones. Tangda applauded while watching her increasingly bloated figure walk onto the stage, and estimated in his heart that her child should be born soon. When Zeta Jones thanked the crew members, she specifically mentioned Tangda. Everyone knows that I stayed in Chicago when I was the most beautiful last year, and also stayed in the lens of photographer Tang. Thanks to him, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't know that I could be so beautiful. The camera was given to Tangda again. He smiled and signaled to everyone in Rob's hug. Anne Hathaway, who was sitting in the front row, was very happy to see him, and Scarlett Johansson, who was sitting 3 rows behind her, was also very happy. Of course, Jessica Alba and Avril were very happy outside the screen. Avril even cheered happily and jumped around in the room. Although Tangda had not won the award yet, she felt happy as long as she saw Tangda on the screen. However, the Oscars suddenly became dull in Avril's eyes, because there was no Tangda and no awards related to Chicago. Until the performances ended one after another, the host came back on stage and said to the audience, "To be honest, I have always had fantasies about the next award presenter." The stars laughed out loud, and at the same time they were curious about who he was talking about. Please welcome Oscar winner Julia Roberts. Steve Martin did not delay and directly announced the award presenter. This answered everyone's doubts and made the laughter more intense. Julia Roberts is a famous Hollywood beauty with acting skills. Pretty Woman, The Pelicans and Erin Brockovich are all her representative works. So Steve Martin was right to say this. After all, besides him, there are many other male stars who have fantasies about him. When the music sounded, the round door of the central stage rose, and Julia Roberts, wearing a black dress, walked out slowly. She stood in front of the microphone on the stage and picked up the card nervously. "It is such an honor for me to present the Oscar for Best Cinematography. I personally think this is a very outstanding honor, because I know very well what I look like when I start working at 5 in the morning." The female stars in the audience smiled knowingly. They have all experienced similar swollen moments, and at this time, they need the unique lens of the makeup artist and the photographer to save them. Julia Roberts paused for a moment and continued, "The candidates include." A short film appeared on the big screen, and the first one that came into view was the familiar Mirror Dance. Donald Norton, Chicago. The applause was thunderous, and Scarlett clenched her fingers nervously. Edward Ledger, Far From Heaven. Michael Bohaus, Gangs of New York. Bo Achelman, The Pianist. Conrad Terhul, Road to Perdition. After talking about these candidates, Julia Roberts lowered her head slightly and approached the microphone. "The winner is." She opened the envelope in her hand while speaking. During this process, Carmela, Don's mother in front of the screen, felt that it was particularly long. To be honest, when Don said that he was nominated for an Oscar, she was a little bit unbelievable. After all, a year ago, her family was still troubled by those unpaid debts, but now the debts have been settled, and they have moved to a better community than before. Those wives are also very respectful when they see her on weekdays, calling her Mrs. Norton, which is really an experience she has never had before. Carmela knew who all this depended on, so she put her hands together and prayed to God silently. Regis and Louis saw their mother's nervous face, and they also learned from her to put their hands together and pray for their brother. However, Tangda did not put his hands together at the scene. He just stared at the card in Julia Roberts' hand, watching her pick it up, put it in front of her eyes, and said the name of the winner. Don Norton, Chicago. After a short silence, screams suddenly sounded behind Tangda, and the crew members all stood up to congratulate him. Robert also hugged Tangda excitedly. "You did it. Done. Great. Done." Tangda smiled and slowly stood up, stretched out his hand to signal a few acquaintances, then calmly left his seat and walked towards the stage. When passing by Renee Zigwig, the two hugged each other intimately and kissed each other. When he stood on the stage and took the little golden man, Tangda felt that everything was real. He didn't have much time to speak. Although the best photography was exciting, it was not a very important award for the Oscars. It can only be said that its greatest significance was that it allowed Tangda to prove himself. "I have to say, I'm very lucky." Tangda picked up the microphone and said, "First of all, I want to thank someone for leaving, which gave me this opportunity. Secondly, I want to thank director Rob for really daring to give me such an opportunity." Ha ha ha. The crew members of Chicago all laughed out loud at the same time, because they knew what Tangda was hinting at. Just like he once said, it would be more satisfying to say this on the stage of the Oscars, right? I also want to thank Colleen, John, props, lighting. Every shot is the result of everyone's efforts, and it is never something I can do alone. I like photography, the light and shadow in it, the beauties in it, and I like watching the actors sweat and work hard over and over again in the frame. For me, what is in the lens is life. Tangda deliberately displayed his watch in the most conspicuous position. God gave us life as a gift, and our achievements are to give back to him. Wow. Applause broke out, and Tangda walked off the stage under the gaze of everyone. It must be admitted that his winning of the Oscar was largely due to luck, including Miramax's PR operations and the various advanced techniques he used. The most important thing is that there were no amazing lens designs in the movies that year, so he stood out. But if you add his youth and qualifications, these are all evened out. Seniority is a tradition in Hollywood, and this is even more true for awards. Fortunately, Tangda was nominated for a general award such as Best Cinematography, and the Oscar judges can occasionally break through themselves. If it were those highly anticipated awards, it would be impossible to beat others. But no matter what, this time the goddess of luck stood by Tangda, allowing him to win his first little golden man. It also made his fame officially recognized by Hollywood, and he became one of the top photographers in the circle. Chapter 139. After the dinner, Chicago became the final winner of the 75th Academy Awards under the attention of the public. When Rob and the producer took the golden statuette for the best film on the stage, everyone began to sigh that this movie would undoubtedly become another milestone in the history of film. In the future, when talking about American musicals, it will definitely occupy an important place. However, Tangda didn't have the mind to think about Chicago now, because he was facing a very embarrassing situation. That is, Scarlett and Anne Hathaway seemed to be waiting for him, as if they were going to congratulate him face to face. But if these two women met, Tangda couldn't say what would happen. So he looked at the direction and distance of the two women, whispered a few words to Rob, and walked out of his seat with him. Immediately afterwards, Anne Hathaway, who was going to greet Tangda, suddenly saw Tangda winking at her. Anne Hathaway turned her head and found that Tangda was pointing to the dinner, and then looked at Rob and other crew members who had been with him. Anne Hathaway smiled, turned around and walked straight to the dinner hall. After seeing her leave, Tangda patted Robert on the shoulder and said, "Thank you." Then he looked from behind and saw Scarlett approaching. That's right, he used Robert as a shield to block Scarlett's gaze and prevent her from noticing his look at Anne Hathaway. "Then I'll go to the dinner first, see you later." Robert smiled knowingly and said nothing. After the number of people around him gradually decreased, Tangda slowly walked into the corridor connecting the hall and the outside world. Everything there was covered by shadows. Tangda leaned against the wall and was instantly covered by the shadows. He couldn't see the expression on his face, leaving only a silhouette. Da. Scarlett stepped into the corridor in high heels and followed him. When she passed Tangda, she stretched out her tongue and licked her lips slightly. The next second, she was pulled into Tangda's arms. "You are playing with fire, Miss Saint." Tangda touched his hand down, feeling the subtle and unique touch at the waist and abdomen. Tisk, so are you ready?" Tangda smiled and looked at Scarlett. "Of course. Master." Scarlett put her mouth close to Tangda's ear, and the heat brought by those two words passed from her earlobe to her ear hole and directly to his whole body. "Very good, then the master will give the order." Tangda patted her buttocks. "Wait quietly, you should stay at the Chateau Marmont Hotel tonight, right?" Yes. Scarlett nodded. That's good. I live in 806, Miss Saint. It's your turn. Tang handed over his room card. Scarlett knew that he was talking about the bed he had promised. She took the room card and inserted it into her ravine, stared at Tang for a while, and then kissed him deeply on the lips. No problem, my Oscar knight. After the kiss, she turned and left, and the sound of da-da-da spread throughout the corridor. Tang glanced around, and after not seeing anyone in cameras, he left in the opposite direction and walked into the dinner. Congratulations, Tang. Congratulations on winning the best cinematography. As soon as he entered the room, Tang received several congratulatory voices from familiar celebrity friends. They brought their friends with them after seeing Tang. Suddenly, he was crowded with people. The reason for this was that Tang arrived late, and the winners in front of him had already received everyone's praise. Tang took the wine glass handed over by Renee Zellweger and chatted with the celebrities with a smile. It was interesting to say that the people gathered on Tang's side were all female celebrities, while the male celebrities were all around Rob's group of directors. Tang, what movie are you going to shoot next? Yes, do you have a movie set? Tang smiled and said, I don't have any work plans for the time being. I plan to take a break for a while. Of course, he didn't tell the truth. Since it was already 2003, it was time for the movie that could shatter everyone's stereotypes about horror movies to appear. But Tang still had some doubts, because he knew that the script of the movie Saw was born very early. James Wan and his screenwriter friend wrote the script 3 years ago. They had thought about asking the Australian government to invest, because once it passed the government review, they would invest $2 million. Unfortunately, the script of a horror movie like Saw would definitely not pass the government review, so James Wan and his team gave up the idea. If they raised funds individually, they could at most raise more than $10,000, but what could they do with $10,000? Just shoot corpses? So they later handed the script to the producer and asked him to help submit it to major companies to see if anyone liked it and was willing to invest. This wait lasted for 2 years until Lionsgate discovered the script. While Tang was chatting with the female stars, he was thinking about how to intercept it in his mind. Of course, he could also shoot the movie in advance and make some changes to make James Wan and his team suffer a loss. However, if he was sued to the theater, the various overly similar elements in it would not be good news for him. So Tang was more inclined to intercept James Wan's script before Lionsgate, just like he intercepted Taylor. This would not only be legitimate, but also attract this director with unlimited potential. After all, he couldn't still be the director when the remaining Saw movies were filmed in the future, not to mention the future Conjuring series, which were all money-making tools. So he had a plan. He had already commissioned Lauren Ortiz to register a new film production company called Norton's Eye. He planned to use the shell of the new company to let Supreme Creative advertise for it and collect various movie scripts. I believe that the producer who helped James Wan submit the scripts would definitely not miss this opportunity after seeing it. Maybe he could collect some other unexpected scripts. With this idea in mind, Tang entertained all the stars and finally sat on a chair with a glass of wine. After all, photographers are not the mainstream of the circle, and those directors are not the most sought after. It is precisely those behind-the-scenes bosses who have never appeared at the awards ceremony who are the real center of this dinner. Universal, Sony, Disney, Warner Brothers, Paramount, the executives and producers of these companies are now chatting and laughing with the winners, talking about the company's various big projects and big moves. With Tang's sharp vision, he could still see a delicate hand in the dark taking the room card handed over by the producer. It was obvious that the entire Chateau Marmont Hotel would be sleepless tonight. But this is Hollywood, this is capitalism, isn't it? Tang raised the corner of his mouth and put down his wine glass. Annie, I didn't expect you to be so popular. I didn't expect it either. Anne Hathaway sat beside him, her face a little rosy because of champagne. She held out her wine glass. Congratulations, I knew you would win this award. It seems that you are more certain than me. Tang took a big sip of wine. Of course. Anne Hathaway put her hands on her knees, supported her chin with her wrists, and looked at Tang and suddenly smiled. So handsome. Anne Hathaway said her feelings very directly. Tang turned his head and met her eyes. You should be glad that there are so many people here, otherwise. He shrugged and didn't say the rest. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Anne Hathaway widened her eyes in expectation. Your Highness, what do you think? Tang's smile widened. and he stood up and walked towards the balcony, and Anne Hathaway followed closely behind. Pop! 30 seconds later, the balcony door was closed. Wow! The curtains were pulled up, followed by a series of kissing sounds, until more than 10 minutes later when the waiter tried to push the door open, the two walked out. Are you leaving now? Tang touched the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Anne Hathaway nodded. Yes, I booked a flight tonight. Have a good trip. Don't forget to call me when you get there. Tang didn't seem to be afraid of Scarlett finding out. But Anne Hathaway's reaction seemed to confirm that his words were just right. Forget it, I don't want to wake you up, I'll just send you a text message. Okay, see you in New York, I won't let you off easily then. Tang gently squeezed Anne Hathaway's little hand, and then watched her leave. Then he did not rush back to the room, but chatted with Robert and others for a while during the dinner. Seeing that no one came to see him, he followed a waiter back to his floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door of 806 was knocked. Tang did not know whether Scarlett was in his room, so he planned to try first. If no one was there, he would ask the waiter to open it. However, soon, he heard the sound of the peephole on the door. It must be that Scarlett was observing the situation outside the door through it. Then the door was opened with a click. Tang raised his eyebrows, reached out to hold the door handle, and flashed into the room. Unexpectedly, Scarlett, who came into view, was so sexy. She was wearing a dress like a real nun at this moment, but it was a low-cut version. Her 2 legs in black stockings were also exposed. At the same time, she covered herself with a layer of gauze mesh, blindfolded and tied her hands with a belt. Facing Tang, she bowed her head slightly and said in an excited tone, "Master, welcome back. Your clothes are really nice, Miss Sister." Tang pursed his lips, and the fire in his heart suddenly burned. He stretched out his hand to pull Scarlett's belt, dragged her to the bed, and then sat on the bed first. "Come on, my nun servant, it's your turn." "Yes, master." Scarlett knelt on the ground, raised her head and said, "Let me wash your hair first." Tang moved his butt 2 centimeters to the edge of the bed. "Then let's start." "Okay, master." Chapter 140, New Contract. It was a night of joy, and the intense battle made the cleaning lady who passed by shake her head. In addition to the room, Tang and Scarlett went to the fire escape, where they had a period of intensive training for masters and servants. It was not until Scarlett could not bear the intensity of the training and begged for mercy that Tang was willing to stop. The two slept until noon. Scarlett woke up and found that her agent had called her more than a dozen times to urge her. She didn't care about Tang. She put on her clothes and left in a hurry after leaving a kiss. As for Tang, he slowly woke up after Scarlett left, picked up his phone and read the text messages sent by several girls one by one. "Tang, congratulations. I can see that you can do it from the time we worked together. This is Jessica Alba. Dear, I'm on the crew. Yesterday was really a dream. I believe you will be able to stand on that podium again in the future. This is Anne Hathaway. Tang. When are you going back to New York? I'm going to hold a party for you to celebrate, the kind that you, me, and my dog will attend. This is Avril." Tang smiled and called several girls. However, he attributed his brief disappearance last night to Rob, saying that the director kept forcing him to drink and that was why he was drunk and blacked out. While Tang was flirting with the girls, the sun outside the house climbed up to the center of the sky little by little, trying to emit its residual heat. Tang in the house pulled the curtains to block its brilliance outside, then picked up the torn nun's uniform and the eye mask, smiled and walked out of the room. At the same time, in front of the New York airport, Carl stood beside Tom with a little nervousness and embarrassment. "Hey, men, the sun is really big today." Perhaps because he felt that the atmosphere was too silent, Carl took the initiative to bring up the topic. However, Tom did not respond after following his line of sight to look at the sun. "Ha, ha. Man, why don't you say anything?" Carl awkwardly stretched out his hand to pat Tom's shoulder, but unfortunately the huge height and body size difference between the two made him hesitate for a moment and gave up the idea. "Okay, I know." Carl finally shut up and waited quietly with Tom for the plane to land. The reason why he came to pick up Tang was certainly not because he was bored. In fact, he had recently signed several good little stars and was quite busy every day. But since it was about Tang, he had to pay attention. After all, Tang had just won the Oscar for Best Cinematography and was in great demand. Although he did not take jobs very often, the role of the signboard was just like that. As long as he was in CAA, Customers would call him for consultation. Even if they did not get Tang's favor, they would most likely choose other people signed by CAA. In addition, Vice President Edinson continued to make efforts in the music field during this period. Now their department is on par with Vice President Brady and has gotten rid of the dilemma of no one at the beginning. Even when signing contracts with external parties, they often mention Tang, mentioning this young man who was worthless when signing, but became an Oscar winner a year after signing. This is why Tang has received so much attention from CAA senior management. 0-1 is the most difficult stage. For CAA, people with great potential like Tang are the guarantee of the company's future development. As long as they can gather more Tang, they can build their own talent echelon and monopolize more business and customers. However, this matter is not simple. In addition to Tang, although they have signed many young people, it seems that no one can grow so fast at present. In comparison, the technicians who have already made a name for themselves are more stable and more suitable for signing. Therefore, Tang is a special one in CAA. His appearance has brought a new possibility to the senior management, that is, whether the business model of tapping potential stocks, cultivating talents, and reducing the cost of signing to obtain greater profits is feasible. Now it seems that this business model is not so easy to go through, and they have to pay a lot of effort for it. And Carl came here mainly to invite Tang to CAA to talk about the contract. In fact, there are fewer and fewer things CAA can help Tang with. If it is work in the field of music, customers can find Tang personally to invite cooperation. If it is in the field of film, as Tang's fame rises, it must be easy for those crews to find Tang. Therefore, Tang no longer needs to rely on CAA to obtain resources, which is obviously very unfavorable for the renewal of the contract between the two parties. Edinson is very clear about this, so he asked Carl to come and invite Tang to have a good talk. Carl was full of thoughts and waited for 20 minutes before finally seeing Tang. "Congratulations, Tang." As soon as they met, he gave Tang a big hug. Tang smiled and hugged him and wondered, "Carl, is there something that must be discussed in person?" "Of course." Carl looked at Tom and found that this tough guy was silent as always, so he could only continue. "Edinson wants to invite you to dinner. You haven't eaten yet after traveling for such a long time." "Yes, I'm really a little hungry now." Tang touched his stomach. "Then let's go, Tom." Several people turned around and got in the car and drove to the high-end restaurant reserved by Edinson. However, when Tang got off the car, he found that this was actually a Chinese restaurant. The entrance was all made of wood. The big red pillars and dark blue carvings look very eye-catching. "Royal Hotel." Tang read out the name of the sign, and then wowed. This was his first time eating high-end Chinese food in New York. "Edinson is waiting for us in the private room." Carl took the initiative to lead Tang. The three walked up the stairs and entered the private room under the reception of the waiter. "Tang. Long time no see." Edinson, who was originally sitting on a mahogany chair, stood up immediately after seeing Tang. His suit was still unbuttoned, supported by his muscles. The two shook hands, and then there was another round of greetings about Oscar winning. After all this was said and the dishes were served, Tom and Carl sat in the hall outside to eat, and only Edinson and Tang were in the private room. Watching Tang eat 2 bites of sweet and sour pork, Edinson couldn't help but say, "Tang, I really can't believe that I only gave you a contract as an assistant photographer, but you actually won an Oscar directly. It's really unbelievable. I can only say that I'm lucky." Tang wiped his mouth with paper. "This is not luck, this is strength." Edinson tapped the table with his fingers. "So I think our cooperation should change." "What change?" Tang looked at Edinson with some curiosity. He had thought about the CAA contract before, but he planned not to renew it after it expired. He had everything he needed, so there was really no need for CAA to earn his share. But Edinson had a different idea from him. "Tang, I know that your fame is different now than before, and it seems that you no longer need CAA's resources. But we can change the contract because you need someone to help you manage resources now." "Manage resources?" Tang raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I can assign a special agent to take care of all your future needs." What Edinson said was exactly what Tang guessed. In simple terms, the relationship between the two has reversed. In the original contract, CAA was the one who released the resources, so it had the dominant power. Now that Tang has the status of a star, he has the dominant power. It is equivalent to CAA assigning him a separate agent to manage various docking affairs and resources. This is actually the most traditional agent model, and it is also the model that many stars are still using. But this did not convince Tang. He shook his head, indicating that he was not very interested in it. Don't worry, Tang, your commission will be the lowest 5%. Edinson continued to persuade. In addition, we can help you communicate with high-quality film resources, get the highest price in the market, and maximize your benefits. But what if I plan to make a movie myself? Tang waved his hand. To be honest, Edinson, thank you for your appreciation, but I plan to be the director myself now. Edinson was stunned for 2 seconds. He didn't expect Tang's ambition to be so huge. The photographer couldn't satisfy him so soon, and now he was going to move into the next field, directing. Being a director in Hollywood is indeed the most glamorous and core choice, but it is also a difficult road to take. Because they often face challenges from producers, investors and actors. However, in his opinion, Tang does have the potential to be a director, so he can't give up the contract with Tang easily. If Tang can really become a big director, the commercial effect will be even stronger. Edinson completely relies on this achievement to get rid of Braden and become the only candidate for president. So after thinking for a moment, he said, "So are you planning to take on a movie?" "In addition to taking on a movie, I also plan to invest in the filming myself." "Okay, then I can add a clause in the contract. If it is a movie that you personally invest the most in, CAA's packaging service will only charge 5% to 8% of the budget, depending on the number of members. You should know that this is a very big concession." Tang suddenly became interested. What Edinson said was right. This is indeed a big concession. Because CAA's external packaging service charges a minimum fee of 10% of the entire movie budget, and there is no upper limit. For example, if a movie investor with a budget of $100 million uses packaging services, he will have to pay a budget of more than $10 million. If the fees of the famous star himself are added, 20% of the movie budget will be given to CAA, which is not a small amount. But if it is only 5%, then the money he has to pay when shooting some low-cost movies will be very little. The cost of Saw is $1.2 million, which is equivalent to paying CAA $60,000 to form a complete crew, except for the leading actor, which also saves a lot of manpower, material and energy costs. This deal is too cost-effective. It must be said that Edinson's clause really touched Tang's heart. He was now thinking about the cost and benefits of future movies. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity. Chapter 141 Script Competition. Tang reached a contract extension agreement with CAA again. However, both parties thought that this agreement was worthwhile. From Edinson's point of view, he thought that Tang's so-called investment in movies would only sink into the sea in the end. So many people invest in movies every year, but only a handful of them can make money. Even big companies have to bear the pressure of losing money. Not to mention Tang personally. Even if he has money, how much can he have? A few $1 million? Can such a small investment movie be released in theaters? Can it get excess returns? Edinson doesn't think Tang can replicate the miracle of Blair Witch, even if he is Tang who won an Oscar. He guessed that Tang just wanted to shoot some niche art films, win a few more awards at top film festivals such as Cannes, Berlin, and Venice, and then direct other big companies' movies after becoming famous in the field of directing. Just like what he did in the field of MVs, this is also the path to promotion for many Hollywood directors. Therefore, Edinson doesn't think that his contract will cause CAA to lose much money, at most a few $100,000. It is not difficult to recover these expenses from the subsequent film projects that Tang will be responsible for. The two sides later added a lot of details. For example, in movies with a budget of more than $10 million, Tang must account for more than 50% of the investment to be effective. Otherwise, Tang himself invested $1 million and found 10 investors who invested $900,000 to smoothly fleece CAA. After all, the higher the cost of the movie, the greater the loss of CAA, and the more budget Tang had left. After a few people finished their meal, Tang returned to the company. "Jimmy, is the advertisement I want ready?" Tang did not knock on the door, but directly pushed open Jimmy's office, and found that this guy was holding Lilina and chewing there. "Oh. Tang. You're back." Seeing the door open, Jimmy hurriedly got up, but the next second his pants fell to the ground, revealing pink Hello Kitty underwear. "So sexy, Jimmy." Tang narrowed his eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. "I didn't expect you to like wearing pink." Don't get me wrong. Jimmy embarrassedly lifted his pants. This is not my choice. Lilina, who was standing aside and packing her clothes, buried her head even lower. You go out first. After Jimmy sent Lilina out, he turned to look at Tang and explained, this is the first time. Okay, Jimmy, I don't care how many times you have done this, don't mess around during work hours in the future, and remember to lock the door. Tang waved his hand and quickly skipped the topic, is the advertisement I want ready? It's ready. Jimmy walked quickly to the table, turned on the computer, and played the advertisement he asked Greta to shoot for Tang. A stage with a red curtain appeared on the screen, and then the camera quickly zoomed in. The red curtain was pulled, and a line of words popped out. Norton Ice Script Competition. A slender hand stretched out from behind the curtain and grabbed the line of words. Caden walked out of it and smiled and told the audience the rules of the competition. The rules are very simple. As long as it is a complete script with all copyrights, it can be submitted, regardless of whether it is professional or not. After explaining the rules of the competition, she raised the pointer again and talked about the awards of the competition. Tang watched the whole film with an appreciative expression, then nodded, okay, Greta's film is good. Let's release it. Okay, but can this really find a good script? Jimmy didn't believe that this method could find a good script, because whoever came for the maximum prize of $10,000, what good ideas could be expected from them? Although there are indeed some niche works that break through the siege every year, they are basically selected from major film festivals. Hollywood film companies are more inclined to select rough gems from public screenings at film festivals rather than from scripts. Even if they think the script is good, major producers are more likely to choose to sign an option agreement rather than directly purchase all the copyrights. The option agreement means that the producer has the priority to purchase the script from the screenwriter. Within a certain period of time, such as 1 year, the screenwriter cannot sell it to others first, but must sell it to the producer first. Unless the producer does not want it, the agreement will be invalidated before it can be sold to others. There are many agreements in Hollywood, and there are as many as 25 contract agreements related to film production and distribution. Negotiating agreements is also one of the means for various agents to survive. Although Tang didn't understand this very well, Carl did. He was now arranged by Edinson to be Tang as exclusive agent. That means the few little stars he signed before will be handed over to other people. Carl didn't know whether he should cry or laugh, but based on his feelings about working with Tang for this period of time, he thought that the company would definitely not take advantage of Tang. Hearing Jimmy's question, Tang raised a finger. Jimmy, never doubt the miracles born in Hollywood. Many scripts are not bad, but they just don't have the opportunity to be seen by people. But I'm afraid that I will be poisoned by all kinds of bad scripts before I see this script. Jimmy teased. He also learned a lot of new words from Tang. You're right, so we have to find a few people who have an aesthetic ability to appreciate scripts to help me. Who? Who else? Tang looked at the advertisements on the computer. Are you saying that I will be a judge? In the studio, Greta was surprised. How could she, an ordinary advertising director, become a judge of the competition? Yes, Greta, Tang and I both think you can do it. Jimmy nodded with certainty. Besides her, there was also Jose, an old acquaintance, and agents Carl and Jimmy. As for Tang, he would only read the scripts that had been reviewed by several people, and the list of all the participating scripts. Well, to be honest, it's quite interesting. Greta was also very curious about this responsibility. She had always wanted to make a movie by herself, but she had no idea about the script until now. Perhaps she could get some inspiration from other participating scripts. However, this idea was directly eliminated in her mind a week after the advertisement was released. What the FXXK? Jose looked at the script in front of him with a lot of swear words, and Carl and Greta, who were sitting next to him, also had melancholy expressions on their faces. They were sitting in the Hall of Angel Declaration. Norton Pictures was only a name for the time being, and there was no need for a physical entity. So Angel Declaration and Norton Pictures were arranged together by Tang. Jimmy and his team had been reading the scripts for 3 days. After seeing this opportunity, the producers and screenwriters mailed all the backlogs in their hands. In just half a day, the scripts were piled up 3 layers high on the table, like a small mountain. It was as if all the scripts in Hollywood were gathered here. Jimmy couldn't imagine how many scripts he would have to face if he waited a little longer. But the large number was only a small problem. The bigger problem was the poor quality. The scripts submitted were often extremely chaotic. Either a dozen characters appeared at the beginning, making people feel like a headless fly, or the character settings collapsed, sometimes swearing and sometimes acting like a gentleman, like a schizophrenic. There were also some with immature writing skills, like elementary school students, who could even write a complete word wrong and often use the wrong adjectives. Some of the good writers did not describe the plot throughout the whole process, but kept emphasizing the inner drama of the characters. Things that could be written clearly in a few words took several pages to describe. However, the most troublesome thing was the shitty plot. For example, a script called The Murderer was good in the middle of Jimmy's reading, but the plot became bizarre in the later stages. The protagonist in this script was a retired killer. He was supposed to live a peaceful life, but suddenly he encountered several fugitives. They broke into his house, killed his dog, his cat, and humiliated him in every way. So he fought back angrily and went through great pains to hunt them down. However, when he sneaked into the enemy's lair, he was suddenly discovered and caught by the enemy's boss. Then the protagonist had one hand and one foot chopped off by the fugitives, becoming a disabled person. But the protagonist never gave up chasing the murderer. With his extraordinary perseverance and outstanding ability, he finally found an opportunity to kill the fugitive. However, this guy chose to forgive in the end. The reason for forgiveness was that the fugitive fed a sausage to the dog on the roadside. FXXK. 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 Jimmy shouted when he saw this, and he almost tore up the script in anger. The fugitive was the guy who chopped off his hands and feet, and he forgave him just because he fed a sausage to the dog. This fucking Jesus is not so saintly. If the screenwriter was in front of Jimmy, he swore that he would take out a gun and point it at his temple to force him to change the script. It was precisely because of this kind of frustration that he directly passed the script and planned to add some trouble to the idle Tang. There were no particularly good scripts left. 50% of them were pornographic, with the male protagonists acting like teddy bears in heat, either doing something or on their way to do something. Just looking at the explicit words on them was enough to inspire awe. The remaining 50% were political and horror scripts. Jimmy was confused by such bold scripts. He felt that Tang must have made a mistake in his decision this time. He could only hope that a shitty film like The Chaser would not win an award when the awards were presented. When it was evening, Jimmy threw the script in his hand to the ground helplessly, and asked others, "Are there any good ones?" "Unfortunately, I don't have any here." Jose spread his hands, and it seemed that he was also tortured by these bad scripts. Carl shrugged and picked up his teacup. "I feel like I wasted a few days and did nothing. This is the most terrifying thing." "Yes, but it's even more terrifying to think that we have to waste a few more days." Jimmy said in unison with him, and turned to look at Greta. "Now we can only hope that this talented woman can select a few suitable scripts." Unfortunately, Greta rubbed her eyes and shook her head. "They are all ordinary, with no ups and downs." She picked the scripts based on the names of the scripts, and most of the ones she found were written by female screenwriters. They were indeed not as outrageous as those written by male screenwriters, but the plots were still quite advanced. What kind of story is the story of three men in bed all day? What kind of story is the story of two men chasing a woman at the same time, and the two men falling in love with each other in the end? Although homosexuality is not uncommon now, the bold and explicit description in the script still makes people blush. It's just that these scripts obviously do not meet Tang's requirements. Although there is still a week before the deadline for the script competition, several people who have read so many bad scripts feel that this script competition will definitely end in failure. It's still too difficult to pan for gold from this shit mountain. But just when several people were about to stop the work at hand, the wind chime at the door suddenly rang, and a white man carrying a briefcase walked in from outside. "Hello, is this the Eye of Norton?" Chapter 142 Chainsaw Negotiations. "Hello, is this Norton Eye?" Jack Wilson stood in front of the door and repeated his previous greeting. Jimmy stood up to greet him. "Hello? What can I do for you?" At this time, the receptionist had already gone off work, and only the so-called judges were still fighting for the script. "Jack Wilson, I'm a producer from Australia." Jimmy. "Hello, hello." Jack Wilson finished talking to Jimmy, walked into the hall, and sat on the sofa. When he saw the piles of scripts on the table in the hall, he opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh my God. This is just part of it. We are doing a preliminary screening." Jimmy came to him and handed him a glass of water. "So you want to submit your work?" "Yes, that's right." Jack Wilson retracted his gaze and explained, I have a few scripts in my hand, and I want to find a film company to see if I can shoot them. I see that the gold and silver awards of your script competition will receive a filming contract, right? Yes. The script competition awards formulated by Tang are divided into 4 awards. 1 gold script award, 1 silver script award, 1 bronze script award, and 5 special script awards. Their prize money is also very different. The special script award is $2,000 per person, the bronze script award is $3,000, the silver script award is $5,000, and the gold script award is $10,000. In addition to the prize money, the gold and silver scripts will receive a filming contract, and the bronze script award has an option contract. As for whether to sign it, it depends on the screenwriter himself. After receiving a positive reply, Jack Wilson felt relieved. He opened his briefcase, took out several scripts and handed them to Jimmy. This is the script I want to submit. Jimmy didn't rush to read it, but just threw a piece of paper to him, then fill in the information. No problem. Jack Wilson picked up a pen and filled in his detailed information. Jimmy, who was sitting opposite him, crossed his legs and looked through the scripts. Horror cinema, zombie Jack, and non-physiological horror. He didn't read the next 3 after reading the first 3, because they were all horror movies, and the probability of horror movie scripts being shit is the highest. At least Jimmy hasn't seen a script that can make him feel creepy so far. So he put the scripts on the table and didn't care about them anymore. Because there were so many scripts, Jack Wilson filled in the form for half an hour before finally putting down the pen, but by then Greta and the others had left, leaving only Jimmy. Then I'll go first. Oh, by the way, I have another question. Jack Wilson suddenly remembered before leaving, if I submit this work, can I submit it to other film companies? Of course, it's your choice. Jimmy smiled and said, but before the award is given, you can't sign a script contract with other companies. I understand. Jack Wilson nodded and left the door of Angel Declaration. He had been running around in Los Angeles for some time, but there was no news. Now that he has come to New York, he can also go to other film companies to see opportunities. 2 days later, at MGM United Artists, Marty, the director in charge of script signing, was holding a script at his desk and carefully studying it. What do you think of this script? Standing opposite him was his subordinate Maxon, who managed the submitted scripts and sent any good ones to Marty for decision. It's interesting. We can buy it. The company just happens to be short of this kind of horror movie script recently. Then how do you think the contract should be set? Let's follow the C-level. It just so happens that we have recently withdrawn several shooting plans. The budget for this film is very low, so we can shoot it all at once. Can it be adjusted to B-level? Unfortunately, I don't think so. C-level is the lowest purchase standard set by the company, and both resources and money are not much. Maxon has worked diligently in this position for 5 years. His ability to distinguish various scripts cannot be said to be eagle eyes, but at least it can be said to be perfect. He thinks the setting of the movies submitted by Jack Wilson is very interesting, and it may stand out among a group of bloodthirsty horror movies. But now it seems that Marty does not have this idea. He only thinks this is a low-cost thriller, and the audience often prefers to watch big productions and bloodthirsty movies. Okay. Maxon opened his mouth and finally whispered 2 words. He turned and left. Not long after, he saw Jack Wilson waiting in the conference room. Maxon pushed out the contract in his hand in front of his expectant eyes. We are willing to buy this script. Great. Jack Wilson was very happy. He had kept this script in his hands for 2 years. He didn't expect that he would finally see the dawn of selling it. And the company has a spare shooting plan recently. As long as the contract is signed, we can start shooting immediately. Why don't we sign the contract now? Maxon picked up a pen and put it next to the contract. Oh. Unexpectedly, Jack Wilson hesitated for a moment after reading the contract and didn't mean to pick up the pen. What's wrong? Do you have any doubts? Maybe this amount is not high, but the share of subsequent films is based on the market average. As long as this film can reach the box office of tens of millions, everyone can make money. Maxon thought that it might be because the purchase money he gave was not much that made the producer hesitate. But Jack Wilson didn't hesitate for this reason at all. He just thought of the Norton I script competition. His script had been submitted and it would take another week to get the result. If he rashly signed a contract with MGM now, he would definitely be sued. He also wanted to know if his script could stand out. After all, the purchase price offered by MGM was really low, and it was also very low in the industry. I may need to communicate with the screenwriter. Jack Wilson planned to delay for a few days. Well, but I suggest you decide as soon as possible. Maxon saw his doubts and persuaded him, if we wait until next week, our schedule may be full, and then this work may not be able to start shooting until next year. Big movie companies like MGM have no shortage of movies. Every year, a large number of movie projects are approved, and a large number are cut. Unlike companies like Lionsgate that focus on low-cost movies, they can treat any stone as a treasure. Understood, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Jack Wilson took a deep breath, stood up, and said goodbye to Maxon and left. At the same time, Tang also saw a new batch of scripts approved by Jimmy and his team. There were more than 20 books in total, neatly stacked on the table. However, he did not pick up a book to read immediately, but looked at the names one by one. For him, finding the chainsaw was the most important thing, and the rest were just foils. As he watched the movies one by one, Tang carefully recalled the name of Saw while looking at the names. As he thought about it, Tang's hand suddenly stopped, his eyebrows raised high, and he sighed. It actually appeared. That's right, among the pile of approved scripts sent by Jimmy, there was a black folder with a piece of white paper with rough edges torn off, and 3 letters were written on it with a black carbon pen. Saw. It was the famous Saw in later generations. In fact, the original name of the movie meant Saw, but the translated name Saw sounded more in line with the temperament of the movie itself. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that it appeared in front of Tang now. Tang finally found gold in the shit mountain in this script competition. Then he simply flipped through the script and found that it was indeed that movie. The characters, plot and killing methods all matched, so he immediately asked Jimmy to contact the producer and planned to have a good talk with him. Jack Wilson didn't expect that he would be back in the Norton after just 2 days, but this time he was not facing Jimmy, but the person who really made decisions in the company. Tang, just call me that. Tang took the initiative to say his name, and then poured a cup of tea for Jack Wilson. Tang, I saw you at the Oscars, Best Cinematography. I didn't expect that there is also this, it looks so cool. Jack Wilson had never seen the Chinese tea ceremony, and was very curious about Tang's strange techniques. It's tea, very authentic. I hope you can get used to it. Jack Wilson tasted it, then pursed his lips. I've drunk tea before, but this tastes better than the ones I've drunk, not so bitter. Of course, this is white tea. Tang simply said a few words to him and went straight to the point. I have read the script you submitted. After the unanimous judgment of the judges and me, I feel that Saw has great potential for a gold award, so I want to discuss the contract with you in advance. I see, but I want to ask a few questions first. Jack Wilson asked the questions that concerned him most one by one. Then if we win the award, when can we start preparing for filming? What is the specific budget range, and who does the director plan to invite in the end? Tang saw that he was well prepared, especially seeing that he seemed to be very confident, and there was a way out as he thought, as if other companies also had their eyes on this script. If we win the award, the filming of the movie will start immediately. The budget for the Gold Award is within $3 million, and the budget for the Silver Award is within $2 million. As for the director, it will be me. Jack Wilson was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Oscar winner for Best Cinematography would be the director himself, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange. After all, the upper limit of the photographer's profession is much lower than that of the director. In addition, the budget proposed by Tang really shocked him. You know, MGM's budget for this film was only $1.5 million. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Meeting James 1. In fact, MGM also likes this script. As a qualified producer, raising the price of your own things is a basic operation. Tang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Jack Wilson sat so calmly. You know, he was still very nervous when he came to the company to submit the script before. It seems that the flapping of his wings like a butterfly has made things deviate from the original direction. In the original history, only Lionsgate took a fancy to this script. Maybe Jack Wilson had never invested in MGM before? But no matter what, Tang couldn't let this duck fly away, so he added a lot of contract details and increased some dividends. Jack Wilson did not sign the contract with Tang on the spot. He was a little hesitant now. After he returned to the car, he called James one. What are you doing? After the call was connected, Jack Wilson heard a commotion, as if the other party was in the lively outdoor. He was right. James one was handing out pizza shop flyers to passers-by in the park. Next to him was a small saxophone band that had just performed a wonderful song, which drew cheers from the crowd. After James one found a quiet place, Jack Wilson immediately told him that the script had been chosen by 2 companies. OMG. Really? That's great. James one leaned against a tree, feeling that his hard work had finally paid off. But which of the 2 companies are you going to choose now? Jack Wilson threw this question to him. To be honest, I really want to direct this work because it's my idea and I know how to shoot it. James one didn't care that much about anything else, but he was very concerned about the right to direct. But you're still a newcomer, when MGM prefers to find experienced horror directors, and Norton's Eye is directed by Tang himself. However, he said that you will also serve as a photographer, so an assistant director is needed to coordinate. If you are willing, you can take this position. Jack Wilson paused for a moment and continued, and he also said that if the movie reaches a box office of tens of millions, the sequel can be completely handed over to you to direct. James one thought about it and felt that he had been waiting for so many years. He must not let go of the opportunity. Being an assistant director is better than not being able to pay rent or eat. Okay, then choose Norton's Eye. You don't consider MGM. James one shrugged. The money he gave is not as much as Norton's Eye. Haha, okay, just kidding. I still hope the budget of the movie can be higher. Well, you guys come over and talk to Tang in person. Maybe he can change his approach. No problem. James one hung up the phone, looked at the shade of the trees above his head, and then looked at his red vest from the pizza shop. After a moment of silence, there was a sudden cheer, and the flyers in his hands rustled. A week later, Tang looked at the scripts in front of him and said to Jimmy, "Okay, let's decide on the awards." "Why? Why did the murderer win the Browns Award?" Jimmy looked at Tang in disbelief, not knowing whether he was crazy or he was crazy. Would the audience really buy this kind of plot? Would someone really come to the company with a gun and give everyone a bullet? Tang laughed. "I know your doubts. To be honest, the plot of this script is indeed too outrageous, but I think its setting is very good. A retired killer chooses to chase the murderer for thousands of miles because of the death of a dog. Don't you think this is cool? So? But he broke his arm and leg later." Jimmy did not deny that the script was great before the middle period, but it was a thick pile of shxt later. Just opening the folder, he seemed to smell the stench. Ha, so of course we can't shoot it according to his original version. Tang explained to Jimmy. In fact, the reason why he gave the Browns Award to this script was because this script reminded him of the movie series John Wick, starring Keanu Reeves. The same setting and the same killing. But except for the beginning, John Wick has no unpleasant elements. From beginning to end, the audience's adrenaline surges and they can't stop. Therefore, Tang plans to buy the copyright of this script completely and let professional screenwriters modify it to what he expected. Okay, you are right. What about this? Jimmy picked up the Silver Award work. What is this, Little Miss Sunshine? Don't you think the plot is too bland? A family of losers, what's the point? Tang walked over and took the script from him. This was another surprise brought to him by the script competition besides Saw. He had seen this movie when he was a child, but he couldn't remember the plot clearly, but he still liked the life of the loser family in the movie. Unexpectedly, its script appeared here. It seems that this movie also experienced an extremely difficult time before it was released. This script must be filmed, so you can feel its charm. Tang patted Jimmy's shoulder. Although their family has experienced various moments of shattered dreams, they will eventually reconcile in warmth. Family comedy looks simple, but it is difficult to write well. This requires extreme observation and strong writing skills. Well, I still don't understand. Jimmy looked puzzled. He didn't understand how Tang made the decision. Among the scripts he favored, only Saw, which he didn't pay much attention to, won the Gold Award. The others didn't even get a special award. On the contrary, 4 of the 10 scripts that Greta favored won awards. This probability is indeed much higher than that of others. Okay, let's go and announce the final results. The main creators of Saw will be here in the afternoon, and then our new movie will be prepared for filming. I didn't expect that we would start filming a movie so soon. Jimmy grinned, feeling sincerely happy about this matter. After all, the original purpose of establishing the company was to make movies, and now there is finally a chance. Tang shrugged. Is it fast? It's already very slow. I guess the audiences are getting impatient. Ha ha ha, where will the audiences come from before the movie is released? Jimmy laughed and left the office, leaving Tang alone in the office to read the script. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Cindy walked in. She had dyed her hair red recently, and she looked a bit like the future Scarlet Witch. She and Lilina were immediately sought after by many men after filming Bikini Destination, and now they are busy shooting print magazines every day. Caden officially entered the fashion industry and became the darling of many clothing brands, especially some clothing manufacturers that focus on body shape, all vying to invite Caden. After Cindy walked in, she first filled Tang's teapot with water, then walked behind him and massaged his shoulders. "Boss, I feel you've been very busy lately." "Yes." Tang closed his eyes and enjoyed Cindy's gentle touch. "Right now, not only do I have plans to prepare for this movie, I'm also going to shoot a music video for Beyoncé." This was what he had promised before, and now of course he had to continue to fulfill it, but Tang's purpose was certainly not for awards or fame, but for money. Tang estimated that the budget for Saw would be around 3 million, which was doubled by more than 600,000 compared to his previous life, because since Tang knew that this movie would definitely be a big hit, he would definitely want it to break the original upper limit. The original box office of Saw was over $100 million, and this was the result of not being released in the summer season when horror movies were crowded. As long as the viewing experience is improved a little bit, and Supreme Creative cooperates with the movie advertising, the box office of this movie will surely explode faster and higher. After Supreme Creative settled the annual remuneration of various clients, it made a total profit of $3 million. Excluding the dividends of Henry and Jimmy, and the advertising expenses required for next year, Tang only had about $1 million left. This money was also invested in Luolan's Black Umbrella Consulting Company, and he got back 600,000 yuan by collecting his advertising fees. Angel Declaration's performance this year is also impressive. The photo album has been selling well. With the appearance of Caden, Cindy, and Lilina, the company has achieved a balance between income and expenditure. However, he still has to pay a lot of costs to maintain the idol training camp, and it is good enough not to invest money in Angel Declaration. As for the newly established Norton Eye, it is even more of a bottomless pit. The advertising fees for the script competition cost 500,000 yuan, not to mention the subsequent film shooting plan. Although Tang made money quickly, he spent it even faster. Now he is in a state of not making enough money, and this is after controlling the scale of the company. But he has also made plans. He plans to borrow money from the bank. After all, how can you do business in America with your own money? Luolan is already helping him with the relevant procedures. Tang's expected target is $20 million. His identity and several companies under his name should be able to help him complete the loan. As long as he has this money, he can smoothly shoot the movie and wait for the box office dividends. Just when I thought of this, there was a knock on the door. It was Carl. He came to remind the creative team of Saw that they were at the door. "Let them in." Tang straightened his clothes, touched Cindy's little hand, and then looked at the door. 2 minutes later, a very familiar short-haired young man with obvious Chinese ancestry walked into the office under the leadership of Jack Wilson. "Welcome to the Eye of Norton." Tang stood up to welcome him. James Wan immediately smiled and stretched out his hand and responded, "Hello, my name is James Wan, just call me Wan." The brown-haired young man standing next to him, who was a little reserved, also responded reservedly, "My name is Ray Wannell, I am, the screenwriter of Saw. We are all the same age, there is no need to be so restrained, come on, sit down. Let's talk about the movie." Chapter 144, Garbage Gang. I brought the short film we shot. You can take a look. Not long after the two parties sat down, James Wan took out a CD from his pocket. It was a Saw short film they shot to show that they could direct and act. After watching the whole short film, Tang, Carl and the others fell into silence. "What do you think?" James Wan asked tentatively, and Ray Wan also pricked up his ears to listen. This was something they decided on the spur of the moment. Because James Wan wanted to direct this movie, They spent all their savings to shoot this short film, which can be called Saw 0.5 inches. After hearing what James Wan said, Tang touched his chin and replied, "The plot is okay, the story logic is fine, and the characters' acting skills are also remarkable. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is still salvageable, but..." "But what?" James Wan leaned forward. "It's just that the use of the lens is too messy and terrible. I can see that you want to create that kind of panic situation, but what is shown is just a mess," Tang said mercilessly, "and the directing technique is not mature enough. There is basically no reasonable use of light, and the editing is also very casual." James Wan thought he would hear some praises, but in the end he was disappointed. He couldn't help but retorted, "Our budget is not enough." No. It's not the budget, Wen. Look here, you used a close-up to shoot his face to show his nervousness. This idea is right. But you didn't show it, you didn't catch the real muscle twitching on his face. Look at this area on the top of his head, his veins are twitching, this is what you need to show. Of course, you can say that you are not familiar with photography, it doesn't matter. But what about here? You didn't grasp the scale of the two people's positioning. Their height should reflect their current situation. When he needs to ask others for help, his body must be lower than the person being helped. Tang kept replaying and telling James Wan about the mistakes he had made, and James Wan nodded. In school, teachers teach more theoretical knowledge, not this kind of dry goods. Even if you are gifted, you need a little patience to learn the various practical skills on the set. But with Tang, it's easy to do. When James Wan listened to him, the points in his mind that he was not very sure about during the filming suddenly became clear. It felt like listening to a teacher's lecture. This feeling of letting knowledge flow in his mind is his favorite thing. It can also be said to be the ancestral instincts of the Chinese bloodline. After the two talked about the various shortcomings of the short film, they started to talk about the script. I think the core of the whole movie lies in the character of Jigsaw. Although he has relatively few opportunities to appear in the movie, there is no doubt that he and his puppet image are the absolute protagonists. The effect that this film wants to achieve can be summarized as making most of the audience feel, although I cannot agree with Jigsaw's approach, this approach really relieves my anger and hatred. In addition, there are too many bugs in your script. For example, if the character here wants to touch the phone, he can try using a chainsaw first instead of directly cutting off his foot. And I think it is important to have less blood plasma in this kind of movie. It does not win by blood plasma, but by all kinds of exquisite and shocking execution instruments. Blood plasma can be used, but if it is described in the current script, it will definitely only get an NC-17 rating. You asked me about my expectations for this movie? I hope that there will be a fixed schedule for Saw every year in the future to continue this series. Tang and James Wan talked for a long time, a full 3 hours. From the script to the shooting techniques, to the editing techniques, any topic can arouse the interest of both parties and extend many interesting ideas. Such a scene of hitting it off immediately was incredible in Jimmy's eyes. Although James Wan was more accepting of Tang's statement, it was not common for Tang to be so interested. Even Greta, the future female director he was optimistic about, had never been treated like this. It can only be said that James Wan, a director who is good at making a big profit with a small investment, has the same potential control freak gene as Tang. The two people are at the two extremes of control, one is external control and the other is internal control. There are many topics to talk about when they meet, especially for Tang. Combining the knowledge and experience of the previous life, looking at James Wan now, it is easy to find his current childishness. This director who has become famous for horror movies is still far from his true level. He can only be said to be a rough jade that needs to be polished. When James Wan signed the agreement and left the office, he was also discussing the topic of Tang with his good friend Ray Wano on the way. What do you think, Wen? Do you think Don can make this movie well? Although Ray Wano didn't chat with the two throughout the whole process, he roughly understood their topic, so when he raised this question, his tone was quite affirmative. James Wan also gave him a positive answer, of course. Ray, how should I put it? He gave me the feeling that he seemed to understand this movie better than me, the person who came up with the idea. Yes, I think so too, he seems to have read the script many times. Yes, I think so too. James Wan laughed, so I think this movie should be able to be made well, there is no problem, plus Don is the Oscar for Best Cinematography, so we don't need to worry about the lens. Great, we finally have money. Ray Wannell felt unbearable when he thought of the experience of being hungry in the rental house before. Now the script has been sold for $400,000, and the money will be shared by the two and Jack Wilson. In addition to the bonus of the Golden Screenplay Award and the salary of the screenwriter position, Ray Wannell can finally go out to eat some nutritious and upscale restaurants. Yet, although I want to share the profits more, the assistant director doesn't have this opportunity. James Wan sighed. He originally wanted to fight for the position of director, but after listening to the mistakes Tang said, he also realized that he might not be ready yet. Although he thought he was better at horror movies, Tang was still very experienced at present. Maybe he could learn a play from him and be able to take charge of it. But is there a chance for this movie to have a sequel? James Wan didn't know. This was the first time he felt so nervous about the future. When he thought about the future box office performance, the invisible pressure weighed heavily on James Wan's heart. At the same time, at a party hosted by a friend, she was chatting with Latavia Robertson, a group member from the Destiny's Child period. But the expressions of both parties were obviously false. After a few words, Latavia went to the dance floor to find friends. Jay-Z walked over to her and took a look. "What's wrong? Oh, you don't look very happy. I just didn't expect to see her here." Beyoncé shrugged and took a sip of wine. "Are you not getting along with her? Forget it, let's not talk about it, let's drink." Beyoncé picked up the bartender's glass and clinked it with Jay-Z. It's just that she didn't want to say it, but some people were unwilling to let her go easily. When Jay-Z went to the bathroom, Beyoncé sat in the sofa booth and played dice with her friends. At this time, Latavia suddenly came over with a few friends and introduced them to them with some pride. "Hey, look, this is my little sister, Beyoncé. I heard that she is going to release a new album recently, you must help her." "Of course. Your sister is so beautiful. No problem. It would be even better if she is willing to pay a little reward." Several male friends agreed happily, but that obscene smile looked a little subtle. Beyoncé didn't look very happy, but Latavia continued, "Hey, don't be like this, guys. She's signed to Jay-Z's company, be careful of gang shootings when you go home tonight." Ha ha ha. The drunken men laughed. "Gangs? We have them too. Who's afraid of whom? Look at Jay-Z, that black guy probably hasn't even used a gun before. These guys are rappers from the West Coast, and they came here for a commercial performance, so of course they don't get along with rappers from the East Coast." Beyoncé couldn't help but stand up, holding a beer bottle, and said, "Latavia, get out, you're not welcome here." "Yo-yo. Girl, what are you talking about? Who are you asking to get out?" One of the black bastards raised his finger to warn Beyoncé, while touching his bulging waist. "Don't make trouble," Latavia said with a smile. "Don't offend our little sweetheart. I heard that her new album has invited Oscar's Best Cinematography to direct it. She will definitely be a hit this time. She will be the Black Queen of America in the future. Best Cinematography, done." Unexpectedly, Latavia's words made one of the black men grin. "Brothers, I've seen that guy. He was pointed at by a gun by Fez, a gangster boss, and took pornographic photos of his wife." Not only did he say that, he also put his fingers on his head and grinned to make a begging look to express the scene at that time. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone laughed. "Really? Kabigo?" Only Latavia asked the truth. "Of course. I saw it with my own eyes." Kabigo said it with confidence. If Don was at the scene, he would find that this guy was one of Fez's drivers and had never gone upstairs. But for some reason, after Fez died, he went to the West Coast. "Wow, there's this part." Latavia's smile deepened. She looked at Beyoncé. "My sweetheart, have you also been photographed by Don before, or is this the reason why he agreed to shoot your MV?" Although she didn't explain, Beyoncé knew what she meant from her expression. Crack. Beyoncé raised the bottle and smashed it on Latavia's head. With a crisp sound, the glass shattered, and then a circle of sharp teeth appeared on the bottle. "Bitch." After hitting someone, Beyoncé raised her middle finger. "Fskskyow. Stinky bitch." Latavia was hit so hard that her head was bleeding. She fell backwards without stability. Fortunately, someone supported her and took her back. And those friends immediately rushed over to beat Beyoncé. "Damn bitch. What are you doing first?" The friends around immediately stood up to help. The conflict between the two sides intensified further, with punches and kicks, and the scene became very chaotic for a while. Chapter 145 Robbery Crew. Jay-Z came back from the toilet and saw that the situation was not good. He waved his hand and called his brothers. "Shit. What are you doing? Put your dirty hands down. Believe it or not, I will shoot you now." He roared loudly, took the silver-white pistol from his younger brother, and loaded it directly. Bang! After the gunshot, the whole place was silent, and everyone stopped moving. After the gunshot, the black man with a bulge on his waist was scared at this time and did not choose to draw his gun. Maybe he didn't have a pistol on his waist. Jay-Z. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Latavia didn't expect these people to really bring weapons, and felt something was wrong, so she hurried to explain. Misunderstanding. Jay-Z was angry. The misunderstanding is that you are teasing my employees? Or do you want to float across the river and return to your hometown with a pale body? Sorry. People have to bow their heads under the gun, not to mention that they are one of the biggest local snakes. Latavia and her group of friends could only admit defeat. Nothing happened to her. Beating a woman is not a good thing after all. But those friends were beaten up and stripped of their clothes and thrown out of the door. It was extremely embarrassing. After they all left, Jay-Z turned to look at Beyoncé. "Do you two have a grudge?" "I guess so." Beyoncé applied a band-aid to the wound on her finger caused by the glass and explained the source of their hatred. Latavia actually knew Beyoncé since childhood. The two sang together when they were 10 years old. They should be very good friends. But when Destiny Girl became popular, Latavia suddenly changed. She began to value fame and money. She always emphasized her status as the boss in the team. No matter what she did, she would suppress Beyoncé. She occupied the most outstanding part of the song and didn't want Beyoncé and Kelly Rowland to stand out. If her teammates get more attention than her, she will get angry, yell, and even secretly say bad things about Beyoncé. As the first person in the team to release a solo album, she should have become popular and received more attention. But everyone who worked with her stayed away from her, and Beyoncé and Kelly Rowland were no exception and chose to leave the team. So Latavia is still supporting the group Destiny's Child with the two new members. FXXK, this bitch. Upon learning about this, Jay-Z of course scolded her mercilessly, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would even write a song to diss her. It's okay, Jay-Z, I'm not someone to be trifled with. She just took advantage of the chaos to give Latavia a few more hard blows. It is estimated that this bitch will stay in bed for a few days. That's good, FXXK. If you hadn't persuaded me, I would have killed them today. Don't do it, it's not worth it. Beyoncé dissuaded her boss. The best way to deal with such people is to become famous. The more popular I am, the more jealous she is, and the more painful it is. Yeah, that's right, she is a clown. Jay-Z nodded. Then when your hand injury is healed, we will find Tang to record your new song MV. Don't worry, this song will definitely be a hit. Okay. After signing the agreement, Saul officially entered the preparation stage. Tang negotiated with CAA for a package service through Carl. With a minimum share of 5%, a complete crew can be formed with $150,000. At the same time, the selection of actors was also announced through CAA. In addition to Jigsaw, Tang directly named Tobin Bell and asked this white-haired old man who often played murderers to follow the original trajectory to play Jigsaw. After all, it is not easy to find such a close-fitting, cheap and easy-to-use actor. As for the other actors, it depends on fate. Anyway, Hollywood has never lacked actors with good acting skills. There are talented people everywhere. Maybe an uncle who walks by the roadside of the studio is the best actor in a certain film festival. The bank loan also received a reply, $20 million, a short-term loan to be repaid in 6 months to 1 year, and the interest rate is 6.56%. This was because of his fame and the scale of the company that he was able to get it done smoothly. Llewellyn helped him calculate that he had to pay about $700,000 in interest, but this was not taken into consideration by Tang at all. As long as the movie was released smoothly, these interests were a small problem. With this money, he can continue to promote his movie in idle plan. After paying the bonus and going through the procedures, the script competition was declared over. When Michelle entered, the screenwriter of Little Miss Sunshine, received the bonus, he burst into tears on the spot, because this script had been born for 3 years, but he still had not found a suitable opportunity. All companies said no to this script, and even he himself began to doubt whether this script could really be successfully filmed. Fortunately, he finally got his wish. Tang bought the adaptation and filming rights of this script for $300,000. Although it was $50,000 more than the price in his previous life, it was 2 years earlier than the script's real success. As for the chaser, its screenwriter was a truck driver. This guy wrote it casually when he was bored on the road. He wrote whatever he saw. This is why the protagonist in the script chased the murderer for thousands of miles and often appeared in different places. When he learned that his script was really selected, he was as excited as if he had won the lottery. He even wanted to buy an advertisement for himself in the newspaper. Tang didn't spend too much money on this script. He only spent $100,000 to get the adaptation and filming rights of this script. He planned to hand it over to a professional screenwriter for adaptation in the future. After finishing these trivial matters, Tang received an invitation from Beyoncé and immediately prepared for her new song MV. He was still the director and photographer. Tom followed him into Beyoncé's MV crew as an assistant. After communicating with them about the shooting content, the entire crew officially assembled and started shooting 2 days later. Tang didn't plan to change anything except some scenes and shots in Beyoncé's MV, because the MV itself was also intended to highlight her sexy dance, and nothing is more attractive than her powerful dance. It's just that the lighting in the original MV was a bit dirty, and Tang didn't like the effect of making the characters completely immersed in the lights, which would make it difficult to separate the characters from the background. So he deliberately found more lights to outline the lines of Beyoncé's body. Jay-Z was also on the scene, and he needed to shoot the singing scene in the car when the sun was bright, and then come over in the evening to shoot the scene of singing with Beyoncé. Since he didn't have many shots, Tang shot his shots first and let him leave, then turned to Beyoncé. She had already communicated with a choreographer and was constantly adapting to the new dance moves. Beyoncé, how is it? Is it difficult? Tang's requirements were very high, and he needed Beyoncé to do the kind of moves that everyone seems to be able to learn, but are actually very difficult to do. After several improvements by the choreographer, Beyoncé finally found a quick squatting move as the opening. So after seeing the expectation in Tang's eyes, Beyoncé took 2 steps back, then quickly stepped forward. When she reached Tang, she crossed her 2-toned thighs and squatted quickly. She was as agile as Spider-Man. After squatting, she continued to perform several ground dance moves, which were dazzling. Yes, great, that's it. Tang nodded and clapped his hands. Come on, let's continue filming. He held the camera and planned to make a wonderful follow-up shot at the factory door surrounded by lights, as the most amazing appearance at the beginning of the music. But at the same time, outside the factory wall where they were filming, 5 black people were looking inside furtively. Kabigo, are you sure it's here? A black man was loading bullets with a pistol magazine. Kabigo, who was standing next to him, looked left and right. When he saw several crew members holding a light stand in the distance, he immediately said excitedly, "That's it. That's right, look. Okay." The leading black man saw that there were indeed people, and he was determined in his heart, then let's put on the hoods in a while, then rush in and make that bitch's MV yellow. And take away her camera by the way. No problem. Kabigo was very excited and put on the black hoods with several big brothers. They were the guys from the West Coast who were taught a lesson by Jay-Z a few nights ago. They planned to finish this job, ruin Beyoncé's filming, and then leave here. After determining the battle strategy, several people slowly walked around the wall and ran in the direction of the crew. Soon, they arrived at the door. Kabigo was pushed to the front by several black people. He bent over and held the gun in his hand and looked carefully. As a result, before he could see the people inside clearly, he found that a headlight suddenly lit up, which made his eyes flash. Damn it! Kabigo hurriedly hid back in the wall, and the headlight suddenly went out again. Before they could ask questions, they heard Tang's roar. FXXK. What are you doing hiding there? Come out. No, we've been discovered. Kabigo was shocked. He didn't expect the crew to be so alert. He and several black people looked at each other and frowned at the same time. What are you waiting for? Go straight ahead. The leading black man gave an order, and several people immediately rushed out in a swarm. But when they just rushed into the factory gate, they heard Tang shout again. SHXT. Why are you so late? Huh? Several black people turned their heads and looked at each other, and their vigilance gradually rose in their hearts. Who is he talking to? Who is late? Did someone tell him about their actions in advance? But before several people could figure it out, They saw several headlights light up at the same time in front of them, just like looking directly into the sun. Without any preparation, several people's eyes were hurt by the light. FXXK. Seeing the situation was not good, the leading black man raised his pistol to the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! Don't move. Robbery. Chapter 146 Funny Robber. Bang! Amid the gunshots, all the crew members were a little confused at this moment. They didn't know why, during the filming, several masked men wearing hoods suddenly rushed in inexplicably against the dazzling lights, took out their pistols and fired a shot into the sky, saying they wanted to rob. They originally planned to light up the factory gate and let Beyoncé dance in front of the gate. Tang does "What are you doing hiding there?" was referring to the stagehand. He stayed by the tripod when the lights came on, blocking part of the light source, and was scolded by Tangda. The sentence "Why are you so late?" was said to the lighting technician, because a charger for a lamp was left out in the previous scene, and the lighting technician ran back to get it, one step slower than the others. Unexpectedly, these two sentences caused several black robbers to misunderstand, and the original sneak attack turned into a blatant robbery. However, as soon as these two words came out, coupled with the gunshots, everyone came back to their senses, and for a moment they were a little panicked and fell to the ground. However, the next moment, Tom pulled out a gun from his waist, hid behind the prop box, and aimed at several black robbers. Bang! The bullet hit Kabigo's feet, scaring him to retreat. At the same time, Tangda shouted with a microphone, "Put down the gun. Get out of the factory. Our people have aimed at your heads. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be shot immediately." Although he didn't know where these people came from, since he didn't have the firepower advantage, he could only bluff them to make them retreat. Anyway, looking at the funny appearance of these 5 black robbers covering their eyes and pointing their guns at the front in the daylight, it is estimated that they can't see how many people are in front of them. Tangda was right. Under the illumination of this movie-level headlight, Kabigo and others had difficulty opening their eyes. When they looked directly at the light, they felt that several circles of different colors were dangling in front of their eyes. How could they find the gunman? Unable to see clearly and facing the unknown risk of being shot, Kabigo was the first to back off. He retreated repeatedly and turned around to run out of the gate. SHXT. Seeing this, the leading black man knew that his group's action had failed, and quickly chased Kabigo away. The other 3 also wanted to leave, but as soon as they turned around, Tom's bullets arrived. When running away, the most taboo is to show your back to the enemy. Unfortunately, they didn't know this truth. Tom calmly aimed at the thighs of several people. After 3 shots, only 3 groaning unfortunate guys were left on the ground. Seeing the robbers fleeing and falling to the ground, the courage of the crew members returned. One by one, they shouted loudly, "Kill them." One by one, they honestly pressed the 3 robbers with injured legs under their bodies, without any intention of chasing them. But Tangda didn't care. He just wanted to know where these stupid robbers came from. 10 minutes later, he knew everything before the police arrived. It turns out that these guys are underground rappers from the West Coast. They are not famous and they just drink and pick up girls every day. They came here to avenge Beyoncé's humiliation of them at the party and ruin her filming. As for how they knew the location, it was thanks to Kabigo. After all, he had connections with local bosses and asked a few friends to find out the address of Beyoncé's filming. The black man leading the group was called Big D. He was an underground radio DJ, a good friend of Latavia, and the big brother of those underground rappers. It's really outrageous. Tangda looked at these black people with a smile and tears, and then looked at Beyoncé, who looked apologetic. He didn't say anything and called slow directly. "Hey, help me find 2 people, tell Lau K. One is called Kabigo, the other is called Dadi. How far do you want to go?" Tangda paused for a moment. "It doesn't matter, it depends on you, I just need them to disappear." After hanging up the phone, Tangda looked at the somewhat messy scene on the scene, and heard a burst of alarm bells in his ears. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Okay, the filming can only be postponed." This storm disappeared like a stone thrown into a pond a day later. Except for the 3 unlucky guys, no one was injured, and the crew members had more leisure topics to talk about. In addition, in order to ensure the safety of the crew, Tangda also asked Jay-Z to find a group of local security companies for protection. Looking at the flashing guns and neatly equipped bulletproof vests in the hands of the security personnel, everyone finally felt safe. In this way, The MV shooting lasted for 3 days and finally came to an end. Beyoncé's sexy dance danced from day to night, during which time she changed many sets of clothes and scenes, including graffiti streets and burning ruins. In order to show the passionate feeling when the two sang together, Tang had 5 abandoned vehicles transferred and set them all on fire. That night, the flames soared into the sky, and the shot of Beyoncé dancing in front of the flames shocked every crew member. After filming the MV of Beyoncé's new song, Tang went to CAA to audition actors without stopping. It has to be said that some actors are really destined to this movie. For example, the actors who played Dr. Lawrence Gordon and Detective David Tapp still appeared on the list of candidates. As for the actor of Adam, it is still confirmed that the screenwriter Lee Wannell will play the role. And the old man Jigsaw also found Tobin Bell to play the role. The key characters of the original version have basically not changed, except for Amanda, the first disciple of Jigsaw. Her original actor did not appear, so Tang directly let Cindy play the role. The two have similar temperaments, but Cindy is more beautiful than the original. But this is easy to handle. You only need to deliberately play old in makeup to create enough contrast. In addition, Kyoko Fukada also received a small role, that is, the intern who had an affair with Dr. Lawrence. This role did not appear in many scenes in the movie. She only needed to show her beauty and sexiness, which was just right for her to be a vase. After the actors were confirmed, the only thing left was the scene. Tang had to praise CAA's execution. The prop masters of the packaging team only took 3 days to set up 7 completely different scenes in the warehouse they rented for filming. They also perfectly made various terrifying killing machines according to the script and Tang's instructions. For example, the most classic jaw splitter, human body twister and needle Helen saw. The former was in the script of James Wan and his team, and the latter two were specially dug out from memory by Tang in order to add some highlights to the movie and ask the prop masters to rush to make them. Although he will not use these mechanisms in the first film, he plans to find actors to do some real shooting and put them into the Easter eggs at the end to pave the way for the sequel. After hearing about Tang's ideas for torture instruments, James Wan and Ray Wannell couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because the props Tang mentioned were more perverted than each other, such as a hair loss winch, a stove game, and a scalp-tearing machine. Just hearing about these things can make you feel painful, let alone showing them on the screen. When James Wan heard these names, he already thought of what the second part would be about. He believed that it would definitely make everyone who watched the movie hold their breath and feel extraordinary fear. With this excitement, the filming of the movie officially started. And the first bathroom scene allowed James Wan to see Tang's control over the entire movie. Use a small light on the left to outline the edge of the character, and let in 30% light. Put some water stains on the ceiling. I need it to drip down from time to time. The sound engineer should be careful not to let the dripping sound block the voice. Lay. Your acting should be more natural. I want you to show a feeling of anger and fear. Yes, you think you are not wrong and should not be punished. Elvis, you are very calm. This level of performance is very good, but you have to remember that you are just an ordinary person. You are cursing in your heart all the time, so you have to show a ferocious expression occasionally, understand? Elvis plays Dr. Lawrence, who is one of the protagonists in the movie. Tang walked around the whole place, instructing each department to do their job well. During the whole process, James Wan couldn't get a word in, because he found that Tang had said everything he could think of, and Tang had also made requirements for what he didn't see. And when Tang started shooting with a camera in hand, James Wan saw the strength of this Oscar-winning photographer through that series of shots. Wow! It's amazing. There was not a single shake from beginning to end. James Wan stood in front of the monitor, watching intently. The camera lens first shot the body directly, then slowly zoomed out and moved along the blood on the floor. After reaching Ray Wannell's hand, it went around his head to show the whole bathroom, and finally fixed firmly on his eyes as he woke up. The horrified look on the screen immediately caught James Wan's heart, and his emotions were lifted up along with the camera. But when he finished sighing, Greta, who was standing next to him, shrugged and said with a smile, "This is too easy for Don." "Is this easy?" James Wan turned to look at the female assistant director with a surprised look on his face. Although he had never worked in a Hollywood crew, he had seen a lot in school before and knew how difficult it was to control the camera so accurately. "Of course, I've seen more complicated shots than this, and Tang Yan only shot it twice. Greta still had a subtle sense of superiority as a first-comer when she talked about this. Seeing that James Wan was a little unconvinced, she laughed. "Keep watching, you'll know." "Okay." James Wan nodded and looked at the monitor. While the Saw crew was busy, the two black men were also chased and fled. Chapter 147, The Torture Scene. "Damn it. It's all your fault, you local guy." Big D has been living in fear for the past 2 days. For some reason, a group of people have been searching for their traces. They didn't pay attention at first. When faced with the questioning of the stranger, Kabigo directly said his name. The next second, they saw the black men reaching their hands to their waists, as if they wanted to kill them directly. This action almost scared Big D to death. He quickly pulled out his gun and shot to cause chaos, and then escaped from the bustling bar. Kabigo followed closely behind, not daring to stay away from Big D after that. The two of them hid in the motel in fear, and even had to be careful when going out to buy things. The timid Kabigo suggested that the two of them buy tickets directly to go back, but Big D couldn't swallow this breath. His brothers were all in the police station. What was he going to do if he went back naked? Become a famous joke on the West Coast? He had to regain some face, so after careful consideration, he decided to start with Tangda. He felt that the previous bad luck must be due to the gang power behind Jay-Z and his gang, and Tangda was a soft persimmon that was suitable for him to establish his authority. If it weren't for his crew, his brothers would not have been arrested. Therefore, he asked Kabigo to contact old acquaintances in the neighborhood who he trusted and asked them to help find out. They learned that Tangda seemed to be shooting a new movie recently, near this factory. After receiving the news, they immediately rushed over and investigated each factory. However, after searching for most of the day, it was almost dark, and they still didn't find any clues, so Big D couldn't help but scold Kabigo. "How can you blame me? My brothers can't get into Tangda's crew." Kabigo also complained and said something back. The next second, Big D punched him in the chest. "Shit, if you hadn't suggested that we go get Beyonce, we would still be having a party in the hotel." Kabigo lowered his head and dared not speak. He couldn't survive in New York anymore. His name had become a symbol of a traitor in the gang. If he didn't lick Big D well, there would be no place for him on the West Coast. Seeing that Kabigo didn't dare to talk back, Big D snorted coldly and slapped him on the forehead again, not wanting to continue to deal with him. The two searched for a while, and finally saw a brightly lit factory before sunset. The yard inside was not only full of cars, but also piled with many tripods and light stands used in movies. "It's here." Kabigo retracted his head with great confidence and said to Big D, "Tangda and the others must be in here, but what should we do after we get in?" The two people themselves didn't have any goals to speak of. After hearing Kabigo's question, Big D was silent for a moment and said, "We will jump over the wall from the back door this time, and then pretend to be a staff member, find Tangda, and tie him up." "Kidnap?" Kabigo was surprised and said, "Why do we tie him up?" "Why? Of course, we want money." The more Big D thought about his experience in the past few days, the more aggrieved he felt. He said viciously, "We want him to pay $200,000. If he doesn't give it, we will break one of his legs." "But the cops." "The cops? They don't know who kidnapped you. Remember, don't talk, don't expose yourself." Big D learned his lesson this time and planned to do a professional kidnapping. Although Kabigo was a little scared, he touched his pistol and felt that he would not be so unlucky this time. He nodded and followed Big D to put on the hood. Then the two jumped in from the back wall. As soon as they entered, they heard footsteps and conversations next to them. "Have you seen the director? He should be in room A7. SHH. Big D raised his finger at Kabigo, and the two hurriedly hid behind the gasoline barrel and sat on the ground. Then two staff members passed by the gasoline barrel, and Kabigo and the other man took this opportunity to hear their conversation clearly. "Room A7? It doesn't seem to be a filming location." "That's right, but the director likes to play with the new toys he designed." "Haha, I don't know which unlucky guy was sent there this time. It should be Frank. He was scolded by the director for being absent on the set. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price." "Yeah, price? I just hope it won't be too bloody this time. Last time I used a water gun to wash the floor, but it took me more than 20 minutes. After listening to this conversation, Big D and Kabigo looked at each other, and then Kabigo whispered in fear, "Why do I seem to hear blood? Price?" Big D shook his head. "They must be talking about filming. but we know that Tang is in room A7. Let's go and find him. Kabigo followed Big D, and the two of them sneaked along the work corridor. Because the crew had completed most of the filming for the day, many staff members had left. Therefore, no one discovered the two kidnappers, allowing them to enter the factory smoothly. Big D and his companions rushed into the dim corridor. In front of them were closed rooms. They were separated by opaque glass and it was difficult to see what was inside. However, on the shelves everywhere in the corridor, there were all kinds of strange torture instruments and all kinds of white bones that were hard to tell whether they were human or animal. If you were closer, you could even see blood stains from the gaps in the torture instruments. Coupled with the occasional noises, the two people were always on edge. What is this filming? Kabigo felt a cold, damp and musty smell in the air. He couldn't help but sniff it, and it seemed that he smelled a little blood in the musty smell. I don't know, but it must be a bad movie. Big D made a decisive judgment, and then pushed Kabigo forward. We're here. Kabigo looked up and found that the number A7 was written on the wall with a red marker. It was the room the staff had mentioned. But when he really arrived in front of this room, his legs felt a little weak. Are we really going to go in like this? He turned to ask Big D. Nonsense. I've checked. There's only one door. Go in quickly. Maybe the director is inside. We can just tie him up and go back the same way. Okay. Under Big D's urging, Kabigo swallowed his saliva, raised his gun, and slowly pushed open the iron door in front of him. Squeak. At this moment, there was only the sound of the door opening in the silent factory, which was so quiet that it was frightening. After Kabigo opened the door, there was no sound from the room. Seeing this, Big D pushed Kabigo directly into the room. However, what came into view was completely different from what they imagined, and it could even be said that it was completely beyond their expectations, making them fall into uncontrollable panic. In the middle of the room, there was a black man with his upper body naked, fixed on a dark cross-shaped mechanism, and his life or death was unknown. There were gear mechanisms on his head and limbs, and the mechanisms pierced his limbs, and blood flowed down his palms and feet. WTF? God? Kabigo's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly turned his head to look at Big D. The leader was also shocked and speechless. What on earth is going on? My God. Kabigo subconsciously wanted to leave, but heard a click sound from the door. He quickly ran over to pull the door, but found that he couldn't open the door that had been automatically locked. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Big D also panicked. This was not what he imagined at all. This fucking thing was not a toy at all, but a torture device. Looking around the room, there were no cameras or staff. This was obviously not a filming. Is this damn director Tang a perverted murderer? But before the two of them could think further, the TV next to them suddenly lit up, and an ugly white puppet appeared on the screen. Its eyes were blood red, and there were circles of red spiral lines on both sides of its cheeks. It looked a bit funny and scary. He sat on a small tricycle and said to the two of them, "Good evening, friends. Now, I want to play a game with you. Play your fucking game." Bang! Kabigo stared at the smoking gun in Doddy's hand in amazement, then looked at the TV screen that was blackened by a shot, and collapsed and said, "Why don't you let him finish his words? What are you talking about? We are here to kidnap Tang. Now, we fucking saw a dead man. It's all your fault, you local guy." Doddy was extremely angry and felt that he was being played. He turned around and randomly fired a few shots at the door, but it was useless and the door still didn't open. At this moment, the black man suddenly groaned. "Who is it? Who?" Kabigo pointed the gun at the black man, and Doddy also turned around to look at the black man. "Hurry up and save me." After the black man opened his eyes, he wanted to struggle down from the dark cross mechanism, but his hands and feet were fixed tightly and he couldn't get away at all. He could only signal the two guys of the same skin color with his eyes to save him. But before Kabigo and the others could come to their senses, they saw that the mechanism on the black man's right arm actually started to rotate. FXXK. What is this? Kabigo's eyes widened and his scalp felt numb. What kind of torture is this? He actually wanted to break the black man's arm. Faced with such a tragedy, the two could no longer remain indifferent and ran to the black man who was being tortured. How can we make it stop? God! Big D circled the machine twice, but couldn't find the switch. He raised his gun helplessly and aimed at the gear structure. Don't shoot. Unexpectedly, the black man actually stopped them. Even the blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his right arm was almost twisted into a knot. He still said in a weak voice, "Don't shoot, otherwise there will be poisonous gas leaking out. Find the key quickly." What? There's still poisonous gas. Big D cursed several times in a row, and finally chose to put down the gun. Then the two began to look for the key in the house, but after more than 10 seconds, they heard the sound of crackling fractures. Looking back, it turned out that the gear machine had completely twisted the black man's arm into a knot, and blood was sizzling in the bloody skin. Ah! The black man screamed violently, and the voice sounded extremely miserable. Ah! Mom! Help! Kabigo finally couldn't hold on any longer, screamed, squatted on the ground and trembled, and was completely scared. Big D didn't care about much. He took out his mobile phone and dialed 119, and shouted to the police in despair, "Come to the factory quickly. There are perverted killers. They just twisted the victim's arm. Right in front of me. Come quickly." Chapter 148 Horror Video. So you were planning to rob here, but you ran into a perverted murderer who tortured an innocent black man. 5 minutes later, when the police surrounded the factory and rescued the two unlucky guys, Kabigo and Big D, from the broken human remains and thick blood on the ground, the two of them talked to the police about a horrific murder. It was only when the black man who they said was dead opened his eyes and walked down from the cross mechanism that they found that the black man's hands were intact and not twisted into a knot at all. Tang and his friends came out of the dark room behind the room and explained the whole story to the police in detail. "That's it, officer. I just wanted to scare these two idiots from the perspective of self-defense, but I didn't expect them to take it seriously." After the explanation, the harmless smile on Tang's face made James Wan shudder. He saw with his own eyes how Tang made the decision and how he implemented the plan. Not long after the two robbers entered the factory, Tang discovered them on the surveillance camera, but he did not call the police or warn the other party. Instead, he decided to use them as guinea pigs to test whether the new torture device could have the best fear effect. Now is the perfect time to experiment with this prop. Frank, you go pretend to be the prisoner. The more miserable your performance, the better. Got it? Everyone get out of the way. Don't alarm those two idiots. Use sound to guide them into this room by themselves. Very good, lock the door. Point the camera at these two people again and look at the fear on their faces. That's the most wonderful expression, which shows that our props have successfully deceived them. He dared to shoot. It seems that he is provoking our Billy. It's time to give them a little shock from the chainsaw. Increase the intensity, Frank, and scream more miserably. Don't be so full of energy. You have to show weakness a little bit. Yes, the prop team will increase the rotation and make the broken limbs explode. We need this feeling of blood plasma flying. Woohoo. They're shaking. Yes, don't stop, continue to twist off the other hand and don't let them come over. And twist off the 2 feet together. Explode. Ha ha ha, these two guys are simply the best actors. If you use this segment for publicity, believe me, no one will think it's fake. Amid Tang's laughter, everyone watched on the screen as the two robbers were frightened by all kinds of strange noises and bloody scenes. One of them even cried and ran around shouting his mother's name. It was only when the police came that Tang stopped his behavior, otherwise James Wan had no doubt that Tang would definitely torture the two robbers to madness. But even now that the two robbers knew that the props were fake, they still couldn't believe it. How could it be? Impossible. Officer. Kabigo stared in horror. They must have hidden the victim. He was twisted into a dough twist right in front of me. Mom. It's too scary. Yes, absolutely impossible. Big D was also trembling beside him as he recounted his experience. I smelled blood. It was definitely human blood, maybe in the basement, maybe upstairs. They must have killed someone. Officer, I swear. They also have a gas device. However, no matter how serious they were, the police officers still found nothing after searching around. Obviously, the two black robbers were scared out of their wits and their minds were in disorder. The police officers had no choice but to send them to the hospital and let them rest for a day before interrogating them. After the crew made routine inquiries and watched the surveillance video at the time, the police officers did not pursue anything further. Everything was clear, but what shocked them was the fancy torture instruments. I have to say, it looks so realistic and scary. No wonder the robbers were scared to scream. After the police left, James Wan asked, Tang, what are you going to do by recording their videos? What? Tang leaned against the table and laughed. Of course it's for promotional materials. What? James Wan was surprised. How can such a video be used for promotion? It will be taken off the shelves. Tang waved his fingers. No, when? The promotion I'm talking about is not on TV, but on the internet. At this moment, the number of home computers is increasing rapidly, and the internet world in America has also built a rough prototype. There are already many forums and blogs on the internet that have become gathering places for users. What do you mean? James Wan still didn't quite understand. Tang showed a mysterious smile. You'll know when you wait. Click. Click. In the dark dormitory, accompanied by the slight sound of mouse clicking, Gulchi, wrapped in a quilt, was naming his post in front of the lit screen. Horror Hospital, Cursed Dolls? Or Doll Horror Incidents in the Hospital? Or Horror Doll Record? Oh, it's really hard to think of a name. Gulchi scratched his scalp, watching the snowflakes flying, and for a moment he didn't know how to write the title of this issue. He really couldn't think of it, so he had to exit the post and go to the forum to find inspiration. The forum in front of him, called Horror Pumpkinhead, was the campus horror site established by Gulchi himself. Originally, it was just established out of his personal hobby. But last year, because of a post sharing real supernatural events, it became popular and developed rapidly, and suddenly became one of the most well-known horror forums in the country. This forced him to focus more on the management of the website, especially the sharing posts. He had to carefully read them several times every day to find the most realistic ones to pin to the top, so as to attract the attention of users. However, the quality of posts in the forum varies. Many videos that claim to be real are often fake. Gulchi adjusted his glasses and carefully read the posts one by one. However, when he finished reading the latest page, he still did not find a post that met his requirements. Just as he clicked refresh a few times without giving up, he suddenly found a new post. Hey, wait a minute, what is this? Gulchi squinted and read the title of the post. Excuse me, is this video real? This kind of post that requires authenticity is the first time Gulchi has seen it. It is a bit novel and he's also curious about the content. He clicked in and found that it was a website link. He continued to click and entered the video website. On the black background page, there was a bird's eye view video similar to the surveillance perspective. Gulchi clicked play, and then saw two guys in masks walking in from the door with guns in the surveillance video. As soon as they entered the door, they seemed to be frightened by something and took 2 steps back. Gulchi followed their gaze to the left and found a black man fixed on the cross mechanism in an inconspicuous corner. Then he saw the puppet clown flashing on the TV, but he didn't know what it said. The robber actually shot the TV. Then the black man's right arm began to rotate under the drive of the mechanism, and the 2 robbers also shouted and seemed to want to save him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black man's right arm was twisted into knot little by little. The splattered blood and white bone residue made Gulchi shudder with fear and couldn't help but block his sight with his hands. At the same time, the 2 robbers seemed to collapse. They took off their hoods and walked around the room like headless flies. One of them even sat on the ground and cried. Just when Gulchi wanted to see the follow-up development, the video ended. What? That's it. Gulchi played it again in disbelief, but the video did end only when the robber called. So what's the situation? Gulchi thought the video was fake at first, but when he thought of the bloody arm like a knot, he couldn't help touching his right arm. And if the 2 robbers were acting, it would be too realistic. When they took off their hoods, Gulchi could see their collapsed expressions, which definitely didn't look like acting. If their acting skills were so good, they should appear at the Oscars ceremony instead of becoming 2 robbers in a horror video. So is this video real? Did a black man really have his arm broken by this horrible torture device? Is this some kind of perverted murderer? Gulchi didn't know how to make a judgment. After thinking about it, he pinned this post to the top and decided to let the users in the forum see the authenticity of the video. Not long after, someone watched the video and expressed their thoughts. Edward the Scalpel, WTF. What kind of horrible torture device is this? It actually broke the arm directly. Admiral James, it's fake, it must be fake. I broke other people's arms in the army, but there wasn't so much blood. Zodiac Killer, Mr. Admiral, you should go and cure your hysteria first. This video must be real. From my experience, the expressions of those 2 guys don't look like they are acting. Tisk, but this torture device is really good. Fernandez the Exorcist, this can't be real. If it is real, It should appear in the news, not here. Texas Madman, I think it is real. Look at this ingenious torture device. Wow. So cool. Look at those two black people, they are almost pissed. Not long after the post was pinned, there were more than 20 comments. Admiral James cursed directly after seeing the comment of the Zodiac killer. Zodiac, what bullshit are you talking about? If you have the guts, come to me offline and I will break one of your arms immediately. Although he tried to prove his ability, his offline invitation did not receive any response, because everyone knew that this was a notorious mad dog in the forum, always making some weird remarks, so no one paid attention to him. At the same time, Gulch outside the screen was also observing everyone's comments and found that most people thought the video was real. Because the black man's arm was twisted off in front of the camera, although no sound could be heard, the black man's miserable expression and the blood splattered everywhere could not be faked, and the expressions of the two robbers were too real, not like acting. Not to mention this horrifying and terrifying torture device, you can tell at a glance that it is not something that ordinary people can make, it must be the method of a serial killer. Just like the famous killers in history, this torture killer also seems to want to inform the public of his existence through this video. The discussion in the post lasted until midnight, not only attracting a large number of onlookers, but also attracting technical parties after get off work. They also began to use various online channels to prove the authenticity of this video. Chapter 149 Play a Game. That night, in the early hours of the morning, after several technical experts proved and a forum user named Pumpkinman1987 spoke, everyone had no objection to the authenticity of the video. They intercepted keyframes and key elements and made a difficult match on the internet, but unfortunately, several technical experts did not find similar videos or pictures. Especially Pumpkinman1987 is famous in the forum. He has previously identified the authenticity of many horror videos through technical means. It can be said that both his ability and reputation are trustworthy. He even searched the dark web several times, but did not find any useful clues. So when he confirmed that the video was the first time it appeared on the internet, there was no debate in the forum about the authenticity of the video. Then everyone began to discuss where and when the video was shot, and whether it was a real murder process. At the same time, some people also made some speculations about the video. Flying Pumpkin, a famous analysis expert in the forum, said, "I watched this video 5 times in a row today, and now I have finally sorted out some clues. First of all, I think the environment in which the video took place is located in an abandoned chemical factory. Because there are abandoned iron frames and some unusual chemical products everywhere. My father used to work in such a place, so I am familiar with it. Secondly, I don't think the two people in the video are robbers. Although they are wearing hoods, logically, they should not sneak into an abandoned factory to commit robbery. So the two of them should be friends with a tortured black man, or a gang. Of course, I guess their identities are not bright. Maybe they are from a criminal gang, otherwise there is no need to wear hoods. The torture murderer kidnapped the black man for unknown reasons and asked his accomplices to rescue him. He obviously set up a TV to express his criminal philosophy, but his accomplices smashed the TV impatiently without watching the clown's speech. This shows that this TV is not the first time it has appeared. The accomplices did not find any useful clues from it before. Maybe there was only ridicule in it, so when they saw it this time, they immediately blew it up. After the TV exploded, the mechanism on the black man's body began to work, and his entire arm was twisted into a knot. Looking at the way his accomplices collapsed at the end, it was obvious that this had a great psychological impact on them. Their last call might have been to the gang to catch this serial killer. Flying Pumpkin wrote here and pointed the finger at the poster, so the person who should speak out now is the poster. Where did he see this video? Was he the one who uploaded the video on the website? I have too few clues now, so I can only speculate these things. But even though there were several pages in the forum discussing the content of this video, the poster never made any comments. For a whole day and a half, as the video spread more and more widely, many people in the school watched the video at the instigation of their roommates and friends, and had quite a lot of doubts. These doubts eventually turned into more discussions on the forum, which made Gulch very happy. He didn't expect that a post that was randomly pinned to the top would have such an effect. But just when he thought that the popularity of this post would slowly fade away with the passage of time, someone suddenly replied to the Flying Pumpkin's answer. I know a little information. Every time he kills a person, he will cut off a puzzle-shaped piece of skin from their body. In addition, the puppet is called Billy. What? Billy? Gurky was confused. Is this puppet a ventriloquist toy? It even has its own name. Does the murderer have schizophrenia? And every time he kills a person, he cuts off a piece of the puzzle-shaped skin. This method is indeed very ritualistic. It is roughly the same as other serial killers. They will take a part of the tissue from the victim as a souvenir. But why does the poster's answer seem to be suspenseful? He did not answer any questions from the flying pumpkin at all, but instead threw out some new information. After seeing these pieces of information, the original users immediately continued to discuss the puzzle-shaped skin, trying to find out the psychological motive of the murderer's crime. Those who are good at hands-on work tried to find the source of this habit on the internet. 2 days later, at dinner time, when Gurky was eating in the cafeteria, a young couple suddenly sat next to him. One of them had big eyes and long hair, and was a beautiful girl who was loved by everyone. The other was a boy with glasses and fair skin. Just when Gurky was about to pick up his plate and get away from the two guys showing off their love, he suddenly heard the boy mention the name of the forum. Judy, do you think the post on the scary pumpkin head is true? Is there really a serial killer who uploaded the video to the internet? Murin still felt unbelievable when he talked about this, because it was the first time he knew that Judy was actually a senior fan of this horror forum. That's right, Judy likes to go to the forum at night to read various supernatural events shared by users and express her own speculation. He only knew this the night before yesterday, because Judy couldn't help but share the latest post with him, wanting him to help identify it. As a result, this video scared Murin a lot. He usually doesn't watch horror movies and blood movies because he is timid. Unexpectedly, he softened his heart when Judy asked him a little. Poor him, he was so scared that he dreamed of himself in the bed in the middle of the night, and even in his dream, he dreamed of the black man's arm twisted into a knot. Of course it's true. Judy was quite sure of this. Many murderers may be pursuing a certain expression, or just want to show themselves, so they will use various ways to make their killing process public. For example, Gary Ridgway wrote down the process of his murders in a letter and delivered it to the Seattle Postal Intelligence Service. As a result, no police officer paid any attention to the letter, allowing him to successfully evade capture for more than 20 years. I know, okay, but if you say there really is such a serial killer in New York, I still find it hard to believe. Murin and Judy's family is strictly speaking middle class, and their lives are already distinguished from those of many poor people. They are not on the same environment at all. Did a serial killer appear in Washington last year? Judy mentioned that the murderer broke through the trunk of his own car and placed a sniper rifle inside. He usually let his children drive the car, and he would lie in the back seat and randomly select a lucky passerby on the street to shoot. At the time, this serial murder case caused a great panic in Washington, and it took the police several months to catch them. Thinking of this, Millen immediately got goosebumps on his back. He couldn't imagine living under such a threat and found it incredible, but he would always be reminded by relevant newspapers that he did live in such a country. Let's not discuss this. Even if the jigsaw killer exists, he may only target criminals? Anyway, I think those two men are definitely not good people. I think you are right. Judy and Murin changed the subject to talk about other things. Gulch turned and left. Hearing someone discussing his forum offline still made him feel very accomplished. He bought a large bottle of Coke and went into his dormitory. He immediately went to the forum to check today's new posts. However, to his surprise, the forum was full of new discussions about the video. After clicking on the post carefully, Gulch found that someone had found a blog site related to it through the content of the video and the information given by the poster. Gulch clicked in curiously, and the first thing that caught his eye was the name of the website, Saw. 3 big letters with blood flowing were fixed on the brick background, which looked a little scary. But of course he was not an ordinary person. He was very familiar with this kind of horror website. After all, he browsed a lot every day and was immune to it. So he continued to scroll down and found that there were no pictures on this website, only text, and these texts were more like a record of someone's thoughts. It was full of all kinds of strange remarks about life and death, as well as some ambiguous language, which made people confused. In order to understand everything more clearly, Gulch jumped to the end of the page and read it down one by one in time. Then he found that he seemed to be able to see the whole process of a person's ideological transformation from it. When I learned the news, the clock of life stopped. Cherish everything, whether it is a glass of water or a walk in the park. Most people are lucky that they don't know when the clock will stop. Ironically, it is because of this that they can't live well. But I survived the disaster. Miraculously, I survived. So I decided to spend the rest of my time studying human nature. You will be tested, and your will be tested. You will keep a person alive. Can you abide by the rules and accept the gifts given by life? Can you do it? No excuses, no pretending to be confused, no crying. Once you are in hell, only the devil can save you. Now, let's see if you are willing to pay attention to your heart, not your appearance, and give up what you rely on to survive. Good evening, I want to play a game with you. Play a game? Gulch repeated these words doubtfully, not knowing what the game was that the blogger was referring to. Could it be that such a horrible instrument of torture, such a horrible execution, was just a game to him? Chapter 150 Distribution Negotiations. Mirren has been sleeping restlessly recently because, out of curiosity, Judy and her friends go to the Scary Pumpkin Head every day to follow the latest developments of Jigsaw. And, it is visible to the naked eye that more and more people are discussing this matter around him. From the discussion in a small circle at the beginning to many ordinary college student forums discussing this matter now, even if Mirren doesn't want to listen, the information about Jigsaw will enter his ears from all directions. Even the owner of the audio-visual store he often goes to, Dival, and the two talk show brothers, one tall and one short, all know the famous name of Jigsaw. But a more catchy name should be Jigsaw. The reason why it spread so quickly is mainly because the words written by Jigsaw on his website have resonated with a large range of people. Many young people are in a rebellious period and think that the whole world is wrong and backward, and many people don't deserve to enjoy their current life, just like Jigsaw said. They think that Jigsaw embarked on the road of crime in order to punish those who don't value life. This typical personal heroism is simply exciting. So the pursuit of Jigsaw began. And even many people in the forum formed a new religion, Jigsaw Cult, and regarded the cross mechanism as a so-called holy weapon. It was intended to express their cynicism and determination to change the world. Mirren thought this was unreasonable, but anything could happen in America, and it was no longer a new thing to pursue serial killers. The reason why Jigsaw stood out was mainly due to the video of unknown origin and his mysterious identity. No one knows where Jigsaw came from, and no one knows how many people he has killed. It's just that everyone can see from the comments on the website that Jigsaw may not have used torture instruments to punish others for the first time. Maybe there are other punishment videos of him on the internet, but they have not been discovered. However, while this bizarre urban serial murder legend continued to spread across the United States, Tang, the creator of the movie, and James Wan, the father of Jigsaw, were sitting in MGM's film company, intending to discuss the distribution contract with him. The film has officially been finished. Because this film is really easy to shoot, there are no difficulties. The original film only took 18 days. Even if they increased the budget and adopted a more sophisticated shooting method, it only took 7 more days. During these 7 days, James Wan's attitude has changed from observing his peers at the beginning to learning from his teacher. Every day after the shooting, he would ask Tang a lot of questions, and when Tang answered them, he would take out his notebook and remember them firmly and turn them into his own knowledge. Because he found that whether it was the lens or the picture, what Tang knew was far beyond his imagination. This made him have to admire this peer and try to imitate Tang's skills on the set. Of course, this is difficult, and he has to admit that he still needs to practice more. After the filming of the movie, Tang also officially signed a director contract with James Wan for the sequel. Yes, Tang decided to shoot the sequel without waiting for the movie to be released. This made James Wan see his decisiveness again, and made him happier that his movie was sold to him instead of others. But it's too early to talk about these things now. They currently need to convince the distribution department of MGM to sign the distribution rights of this film, and then smoothly release it to make money at the box office. Only when the box office comes out, he will really settle down. So when everyone sat down in the office, James Wan immediately handed the CD to the other party. "Come on, let's watch this horror movie." Poke, the boss of the distribution department, crossed his legs and found a comfortable sitting position on the sofa. Then he and his subordinates watched the movie called Saw through the projection. Tang and James Wan were sitting next to them. They had watched this movie many times, so when playing it, they paid more attention to other people's reactions. When the sound of the jigsaw in the movie came from the tape for the first time, Poke raised his eyebrows and felt a little fresh. In the previous slasher movies, The slasher was often a silent image, only responsible for sawing people with a chainsaw, and there was not much time to speak. The slasher in this movie is full of desire to express himself, and has various views that deviate from the perspective of normal people, especially the recording he left behind, which sounds quite reasonable. Then the movie moved on to the first unlucky person who was killed by the torture device. Poke's eyelids twitched and his mouth felt a little dry. This was a really weird punishment. The victim could have been killed directly, but they were given hope and made to work hard to break free from this cage. I have to admit that these strange torture devices in the movie are indeed full of fantastic ideas. Although the execution is also very bloody, horror movie fans just like the pleasure of brain splattering. Without even watching the whole movie, Poke can be sure that this movie will definitely be a hit, because this is a brand new type of horror movie. Although I don't know how much people will accept it, I think it should be no problem to make tens of millions of dollars at the box office. So in the second half, Poke's mind was thinking about signing contracts and scheduling. After the movie was over, he immediately looked at Tang and the others. Let's talk about the distribution issue. You say. Tang put his hands on his knees and waited for Poke's answer. I think this film should be released during the Halloween season, which is the most suitable time for horror films to be released. In addition, the competition for the summer season this year is very fierce. If Saw is released during the summer season, it will not be able to get a large-scale screening. As Poke said, this year's summer season is full of blockbusters. In front is the popular sequel X-Men 2, followed by Universal's The Hulk, Bruce Almighty and other visual effects blockbusters and comedies, as well as Disney's Finding Nemo and Pirates of the Caribbean. These films are all rushing to sprint for a billion-dollar box office, and the competition for theater screenings has entered a white-hot stage early on. Hollywood screenings have always been profit-oriented. It is simply hellish to fight through these blockbusters and grab enough theaters for screenings. So Poke suggested that Tang give up the idea of the summer season and wait for the Halloween season. Because the Halloween season is the off-season, the theaters have a lot of screenings, and coupled with the festive atmosphere, even horror films can get a good number of screens. There is no doubt about the distribution strength of MGM. If this film is handed over to us, I can promise to secure a large-scale public release for it. The large-scale public release mentioned by Poke is one of the many levels of Hollywood screenings. They divide the number of theaters where movies are screened from low to high: preview, public release, wide-scale public release, large-scale public release and super large-scale public release. These levels correspond to different numbers of theaters. For example, the large-scale public release mentioned by Poke represents 2,503,000 theaters. This is indeed a great number of screenings for a horror film, which can ensure that most potential audiences can find a theater showing the movie near their neighborhood. What about the profit-sharing ratio? Tang asked the most core question. The general profit-sharing ratio is 4:2, that is, the share of the producer, theater chain, and distributor, but Tang doesn't know whether a company like MGM will be satisfied with a profit-sharing ratio of 2. After hearing this question, Poke suddenly smiled. 30 minutes later, James Wan got into the car and looked at Tang in the front row and couldn't help complaining, MGM is really shady. They actually asked for a 30% share ratio. Obviously, they don't need to promote it at all. Tang shrugged and asked Tom to drive away while saying, this is the greed of these big Hollywood companies. After all, we are just a small, unknown company, and the movie is not well known. If we want to get 3,000 screens at once, we have to sign a 30% share agreement. Or we can choose a 20% share agreement, but we have to start from the preview. What should we do next? It's already May. If the release date of the movie is not determined as soon as possible, it will be very unfavorable for the scheduling and promotion of the movie. I have asked Carl and others to take the film to other distribution companies. We will proceed to the next step when they come back. Tang certainly won't put all his eggs in one basket. MGM is just one of the alternatives. But the next day, the news that Carl and others brought back made MGM stand out. Because other companies are more greedy, they promised Tang a lower number of screens, and there is no intention to reduce the share at all. As for the fact that they don't have to pay for publicity, their comments on this are, do you really understand publicity and promotion? Do you have experience in film publicity and promotion? If your publicity and promotion drag down the box office of the movie, then do you have to take responsibility? SHXT. In the office, Carl couldn't help cursing a few times. He went to Universal and received the worst treatment. The distribution department only sent a small employee to send them away. Now it seems that MGM has the best treatment. Tang, what do you think? Jimmy looked helpless. He didn't expect that the film was produced, but the distribution became a problem. Think about those screenwriters who are not appreciated for their talents, and various small independent production companies. Their survival status in Hollywood can be imagined. To describe it in an appropriate way is, if you don't write, there are others who will write, and if you don't shoot, there are others who will shoot. This is the naked current situation in Hollywood. Before, Tang only participated in the production of the film, not the distribution, so he didn't know the various twists and turns in it. But the negotiations in the past few days have made him realize what it means to be a fish on the chopping board. Without your own distribution company, you will eventually be constrained by others. However, the ability to distribute is not so easy to establish. Now the major Hollywood distribution companies have gone through various battles and mergers to become what they are today. It is simply a pipe dream for Norton I to compete with them in a short time. So the most important thing at the moment is to find a reliable distributor and get the release schedule of the film. Seeing that Tang didn't say anything, Jimmy looked at Carl, who was sipping tea next to him, and then looked at Kane and James, one not far away, curled his lips, and fell silent. However, more than 10 seconds later, Tang suddenly clapped his hands vigorously, as if he had figured out something. What's wrong, Tang? Do you have an idea? Everyone turned their eyes to Tang. In their hearts, Tang can always think of the most suitable idea. To be honest, this confidence is a bit blind, but it is also accumulated bit by bit. Looking at everyone's eyes, Tang said, "In fact, we have another choice." What choice? James asked in confusion. Do you know the largest independent film production company in Hollywood? They release a large number of horror films every year. It should be said that in terms of experience in releasing horror films, even the major Hollywood companies cannot compete with them. Carl immediately realized when he heard about independent production and horror films. Are you talking about the distribution company of Blair Witch, Lionsgate? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.